So this is also going to be on the roadways, and it's even hard to see sometimes. We didn't have this light. You almost couldn't really tell that there was ice here. And when that's on the road, that is what becomes very, very dangerous. And we have several hours of these low temperatures and these wet roadways to get through in this area. So that is why officials and us here at Fox 5 are encouraging everyone to stay off the roads if you can until conditions improve. That's the latest from here, but for now we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, when you look at the amount of ice that's beginning to form just on those small branches and limbs, you can imagine how on a bigger scale it could create a lot of problems in terms of these power outages. Kim, thanks.
All right, we do want to head a little further north there, Dawsonville. That's where our Joy Dukes has been all throughout the day. Joy, last time you were in a shopping center. Are you still there? What are you seeing? Are people starting to get out a little bit?
Yeah, Eric, we're still here at this Kroger location off of Georgia 400 in Dawsonville. I would call it Club Kroger at this point because there is a steady flow of people who have been coming. You can see the parking lot is still pretty full here, and people are coming in and out. We just saw a few people roll up in the last 2 or 3 minutes here just to come and get those last-minute groceries and last-minute items. We know this is the time that officials are saying they really don't want people to get out, but we are still seeing folks here. But take a look at this railing. You can see that it is really starting to get cold out here. We're really starting to feel that wind chill, and we're also starting to see the ice melting. Like, this is a full-on icicle here. You can see here it looks wet just by the eye, but actually if you touch it, it is solid, rock solid here. And if you take a look a little bit further this way, you can see where our car is parked. This is the sidewalk. It is completely covered with ice. So all of the rain that we saw here earlier this afternoon and just throughout the evening has really started to chill and to completely freeze over. You can see the parking lot here is full of sludge and ice, and it's really not safe for people to be out at this point anymore. So we are starting to see people wrap up their shopping here at this Kroger. We are seeing those employees really working hard to get those carts in and out of here. And again, it is really starting to get pretty cold here. So at this point, it is really important for people to start wrapping that shopping up and just head home and make sure that you're getting home safely, driving really, really slow on the roads, because we know that if this railing here is freezing the way that it is, that the roads themselves are certainly no exclusion to that, and that it is not safe at this point to be driving out here. Now, we talked about power outages a little bit earlier. We have another update on that. So Suwannee is having about 21 active outages at this point, and we also know Amicalola EMC has about 61 outages in the Dawsonville area. Georgia Power does not have any outages to report at this time in this area. So good news there for folks who have Georgia Power who are in this area, but for the most part, we're seeing some minimal outages. There are some, and none of them have been repaired or responded to at this point. So we know that they're probably going to go up and continue again as these icicles continue to form on trees, as we start to see more and more of these really low temperatures, the wind chill increasing, and all of those things. So that's the latest we have here for you, and we'll continue to monitor conditions from here in Dawsonville. Back to you guys.
Joy, I'm just wondering, and I love how you've termed this Club Kroger. It's kind of catchy. Do you know if the store where you are has reduced hours at all?
From what we can tell, Courtney, it looks like the hours are exactly the same. We did go over to the Publix location just down the street, and it had a sign up that said, hey, we're closed today. The Kroger here, I was looking to see what the hours were, and it says that they closed tonight at 11 p.m. So certainly kudos to the employees who showed up to work here today and have been working really hard all day long to make sure that people in the community have the items that they need.
All right, Joy, thanks so much. I mean, just seeing the icicles behind you there, Joy, really just shows how that water is freezing and those temperatures outside.
So true.
Well. All right, our Storm Alert Day coverage continues after the break. I think our Alexa Liaco has found a neighborhood where they're in the dark right now. And of course, another concern, the cold weather outside.
That's right. Alexa, what exactly is your location and what are you seeing in terms of power outages?
Well, we've been driving around the Candler Park neighborhood, and it's really eerie, actually, because there's all this snow. You can see the trees kind of bending over the road. They're dripping water, and it's just black out here. The only thing that lights up the streets are the car headlights. And we came upon this police officer here, and actually a tree branch that looks like it's kind of been weighted down by some of the ice and snow, and it's bent a power line down. And then there's also a piece of that tree branch that is down on the floor. There's some caution tape around it, and this police officer is watching over that to make sure nobody hits that going down the street because it's completely pitch black here. We saw some neighbors walking around with some flashlights and not sure what was going on. On the Georgia Power map, it still says they are assessing what's going on. We reached out to Georgia Power as well to see if this tree and this tree branch is what caused this. But Georgia Power did let us know there are at least 1,000 instances of power outages in neighborhoods all across the metro area. So a lot of people dealing with these blackouts tonight. And the Georgia Power representative said they're working crews all over the city right now. We were actually trying to team up with the crew, and she said we have so many crews out in so many locations, it's hard to pinpoint where they're at. And we did just see moments ago, right before we came on here live, there was a Georgia Power crew car that came up here, and one of their employees got out and was surveying the trees, pointing a flash. Moments ago, right before we came on here live, there was a Georgia Power crew car that came up here, and one of their employees got out and was surveying the trees, pointing a flashlight up there to kind of look, saying that he was going to look through the neighborhood to see where that outage started. You can see here's the police officer that's been kind of watching over this scene. So crews are out in the neighborhood, but it's very eerie here. It's completely pitch black. And the concern is, as we cool down overnight into those sub-freezing temperatures, is how long people can hang on and kind of conserve the heat that they have in their homes, because it's certainly not going to get any warmer for at least the next 12 plus hours. And we heard, some neighbors yelling, "We love Georgia Power, please come back." So definitely a lot of people eager to get those lights on and get the heat back running, but for now it's completely dark and getting very cold quickly out here in Candler Park.
I can't imagine losing power on a night as cold as tonight, and especially knowing that you might have to go a good 12 hours, like you said, Alexa. So let's hope people were well prepared for that possibility.
All right, Alexa, thanks so much. Now is a great time to bring in spokesperson for Georgia Power. We've been talking about the outages and, of course, the potential for those down lines. John Kraft is joining us on this Friday night. John, first of all, thanks so much. I know your crews are working around the clock as well. It's good to have you. Can you just give us an outline of what your crews are looking at as they head into the night?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the chance to come on. Yeah, our crews have been prepared. We've been working towards this all week and positioning crews so they're in a spot to respond safely and get power restored as quickly as possible. Really, we've just seen these outages spike in the last 90 minutes to 2 hours as the temperatures cooled off. Tree limbs starting to ice over and fall. So that's what we're looking at, and that's what they're responding to.
And how many, do we have at least a ballpark range number of how many people right now are without power across the entire metro area?
When I checked our outage map just before coming on, it was about 54,000 customers. And for perspective, at 5 p.m. or just before 5 p.m. tonight, we had 3,000 or 4,000 customers out. So this is like I said, just in the last hour or two, we've seen those numbers inch up or shoot up as these trees and tree limbs start coming down.
Can you talk us a little bit through some of the problem areas? Are you seeing any area? I know our Alexa Liaco, before we went to you, she was in the Candler Park area. What are some other trouble spots that you guys can see from your end?
Some of your audio there, if I'm on, I heard the issues, I think, are where these, heavily forested neighborhoods, beautiful trees, but then when that ice, that freezing rain comes down and coats the lines, the trees and the tree limbs come down. So that is what we're seeing and reacting to at this point.
Just in terms of the speed at which, I know you were mentioning that you went from just about 3,000 to 4,000 before 5 p.m. up to the 54,000 that you were seeing just before you came on with us. I mean, is that unprecedented? Does it typically happen that quickly?
Well, it can when you get ice like this. And fortunately, throughout the day today, the outages were very light when we were dealing mostly with snow. So the snow is not as heavy; it doesn't cause quite as many problems. But once that those temperatures fall a little bit, that rain freezes on those lines and on the tree limbs in particular, that's when we start seeing those issues.
What can people do now? I know sometimes the middle of the night power might go out. Is there anything that they can do now? And if it does go out overnight, or a limb falls, or a line goes down, your message to those who might want to get out and inspect themselves? I know that can always be a dangerous situation.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And especially in the morning when people want to get out, if there's still snow remaining and maybe they're playing in the snow, really want to caution about power lines, which could be concealed by the snow, could be entangled tree debris. Want people to really be on the lookout, warn their children, keep the pets in until we're sure we've got all those lines taken care of.
Yeah, that's all so important. For those folks in Cambler Park where our Alexa Liaco is, who are without power right now, and for anyone for that matter who's a Georgia Power customer who's lost power now, what kind of a range can they expect in terms of how long it's going to take to get their power restored?
Yeah. So we've got
all right. John, can you still hear us?
We do our damage assessment.
All right. Hey, John, I think we're having a couple of technical difficulties there.
Yeah.
That was John Kraft with Georgia Power. Thank you for our time, John. If you can still hear us, it was cutting out a little bit. Just want to reiterate, he said 54,000. That was about 10 minutes ago as he was prepping to come here. 3,000 to 4,000 a couple hours ago. So that shows that jump.
So quickly.
Quick jump.
Yeah. Well, if we can get John back in touch for our producers in the control room, if we can get an answer on that last question of how long people will be without power, how long they can expect to wait, that'd be great. But we're going to take a quick break right now. But before we head there, remember you can always follow along with our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app for your smartphone. Download it now to keep up with the latest. Even if you lose power, we'll be streaming our live coverage there, as well as updating weather closings all around the clock. Follow it at fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage on this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. We just got new information about power outages coming in from Georgia Power, saying over 54,000 customers are now without power.
Yeah, and that was a jump. That was at 7 o'clock, and then they saw about 3,000 to 4,000 around 5 o'clock. So I think those limbs are coming down as the snow is starting to freeze and breaking a lot of the trees there.
Yeah, a lot of ice coming into play now as the evening goes on. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist David Chanley. David, lots of freezing roads, freezing power lines we're hearing out there.
Yeah, and power outages, as you've been saying, climbing. Jonathan Stacey is going to take a look at that here in just a second. We've had the whole team in here all day long. Started this morning, Joanne Feldman, Alex Forbes getting you started, and then I've been joined by Jonathan Stacey, our newest member, Lauren Robinson. It's been our pleasure to serve you through this big winter event. Yeah, we don't get these very often. It's been a long time. It's still snowing up there in Union County. That's Blairsville. And, yeah, they didn't get as much snow really as some areas in the metro area, but they're just getting a few more flakes out there flying right now. And, of course, temperatures are going to go sub-freezing throughout the night up that way. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Actually, I've seen some more plane activity, more than I've seen really all day long out there. They've had well over 1,000 flights canceled. It's been a mess out there for sure. Still dealing with a wintry mix. Temperature right now in the lower 30s. Been flirting with 32 most of the late afternoon and evening. After that big snowburst this morning, now it's just been a mix of precipitation, and it's been spotty now, but any additional freezing rain, and officially Atlanta's picked up a 1/4 inch of freezing rain, of icing. It's going to be a little bit higher up here in parts of north and northeast Georgia because it's not over with yet. As we put this into motion, look at this. We got more climbing up I-85, 985, Georgia 400. A lot of those areas that at or below freezing. A bulk of the rain may slide down there to our southeast, and the back edge of it, maybe a few snow showers, but nothing substantial as we march on into your Saturday morning. Lows tonight, well, we're going to make our way down into the 20s, I think, in a lot of spots, if not down around 30. So let's take you hour by hour through that. You can see by, say, sun up tomorrow morning, we won't have sun up, it'll be clouds, no more precip. We'll be right there in the upper 20s and low 30s. And then by the time we get in the afternoon, we try to get some mid 30s in here, trying to take away some of the clouds, but not going to have a whole lot of success bringing in some sunshine. What we are going to see, the wind picking up. It's picked up tonight, going to pick up again tomorrow. Meteorologist Jonathan Stacey joins me right now. And Jonathan, where that can help things as far as drying conditions, it's also going to then cause problems because with the power lines and the trees having the ice on them, that takes those down.
It's really double-sided here, David, because with that wind, it creates mixing, and that really puts a drag on the downward turn of the temperatures. And the temperatures are either at or below freezing in some cases, but, you know, 20s would make it freeze much faster. So we're kind of meandering in the 30, 31 degree range over the next few hours, and that's because the winds are really up and stirring. As we take you back out to the airport, look at the sustained wind. It's coming in out of the southeast at 11 miles an hour, but it's the gusts that are of great concern. We've seen gusts topping 36 miles an hour. They will soften a bit as we go through the wee hours of your Saturday morning, but they'll come back just before the sun comes up. And when I say the sun comes up, you're not going to see much sunshine tomorrow. In fact, the clouds will win out, and that will limit the rays of sunshine that are able to penetrate the ground, and that will also delay the defrosting or the melting that we need to get rid of some of the snow. So the winds will come back tomorrow. We'll find that to be a problem, but the issue also is not that that's going to cause us a delay in terms of the melting, is that it will also shake what is a really kind of fragile power grid at this point. Look at these outages over the past 3 hours. The map has just become blanketed with those outages. Of course, Courtney and Eric just spoke with officials over at the Georgia Power, and they're saying that they're reporting just this drastic uptick in outages. As we take a look at county by county, you can see here for DeKalb County, you're now leading the way with some 20,000 customers without power alone there. 14,000 for Fulton, jumping up to 6,000. The last time I checked with you, we were at 2,000 outages there in Clayton County and 2,000 there in Henry County. Now those individual counties have jumped up to 6,000, totaling together more than 1,200 customers without power at this point. And also what we've been seeing with this map is those outages started out across West Georgia. Haralson County, Polk County, Heard County. Those outages were coming in, then into the central heart of the metro. And now as we go east, looking up towards Hall County, Banks County, yeah, you're starting to deal with those outages, and that's because not only is the freezing rain putting a drag on those power lines, but you also have the winds that are really starting to pipe up. When we take a look at this all together, we're looking at these outages in terms of the county itself affecting about 5% of the folks who live down there in, say, Clayton County, coming into Fulton County. You may be watching us because you're in the greater share of the pie of the folks who still have power at this point. But I'm going to tell you this, you need to charge your devices, and you need to charge them now. If you're going to use them, keep them on the charge because the night is young. We still have a long ways to go. Many folks are still getting freezing rain. The winds, they may settle down for now, but they're coming back by tomorrow, and tomorrow is no joke. We will get above freezing, but we won't stay there for long as temperatures will take another nosedive. We'll take a look at that 7-day forecast in just a bit, but I'll send it back to you, Courtney, and to you, Eric.
Yeah, it's going to become so important to stay plugged in to all your sources, especially here with you at the Fox 5 Storm Team, Jonathan, to know exactly what those temperatures are doing. If you have any travel you need to get in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, Courtney, for most folks, your cell phone or your smartphone is your lifeline. Yeah. And that's what I'm telling you. Above all else, just keep it charged because at this point, I don't want to say anything can happen, but concerning the power grid, anything can happen at this point.
It's great to have one of those backup chargers, portable chargers that you could charge as well in case your power goes out, and then you can juice your phone back up.
Mine is in my backpack.
Yeah, there you go. Always prepared, Jonathan.
Sure.
Thanks.
All right, we do want to turn our attention now to another big source of frustration. A lot of people there at the airport, thousands of cancellations. We've seen some delays there, and we know that a ground delay and ground stop were in effect there. I'm not sure if they have lifted, but of course there are a lot of people who are trying to make it home.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get out to Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo, who joins us live from the airport. Rob, you've been outside, now you're back inside. What can you tell us about how operations are going there at the airport?
Yeah, guys, I actually moved over to the domestic side to talk to some of the travelers over here, and I do have some horrible news for you. There is another ground stop in effect, but this one's only in effect till 7:45, so that's another 15 minutes or so. But that means that no planes will be taking off Hartsfield, at least for that period of time. After that, they will reassess. But in the meantime, here in the domestic terminal, I want to show you second floor up there. People are camped out. You see strollers, people laying on the floor, trying to catch some shut-eye after such a stressful day of travel. Can you imagine just getting a connecting flight here, just trying to get on any flight here? It's really tough. I just met someone here. His name's Dean. Dean, if you come on in, he's from Southern California. He said thankfully you weren't affected by the fires, but talk to me a little bit about your travel experience here in Atlanta.
So we came out for a training conference out in Whitesburg, Georgia. It's about 80 miles to the west of here. Woke up this morning to about 5 inches of fresh, icy snow, and the drive-in took us almost 2.5 hours.
And you mentioned you're from New Hampshire, so that's not new to you, but being in Atlanta, where it's new to a lot of people, what was your reaction and what has your day been like?
It was a very interesting day. We actually saw quite a few cars that had slid off the road, a couple of minor accidents. Nobody, of course, didn't seem to be any injuries or anything. But it took us at 2.5 hours to drive in, which should have only been about a 45-minute to an hour drive max.
And what's the airline telling you for your flight? What's it looking like?
So we've been canceled twice, and the last time I checked the board and the last message I got, it is canceled with no new updates. So it looks like we're not getting out tonight. We'll probably get out sometime tomorrow.
So what's your plan?
Fortunately, I've bivouacked up in the USO. So I got military connections. So they've left the USO open for military folks that are here. So at least military people with families and everything have a place to just kind of relax and sit back.
Well, first, thank you for your service, and thanks for sharing your story with us. It sounds like such a frustrating day. Got so many other stories like Dean here throughout the airport. We're going to continue to talk to all of the folks here and just kind of get a sense of what they've been dealing with. But you can only imagine with these ground stops, with this snow, And then with this ice, it is a big problem for people traveling out of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport tonight, guys.
It's just got to be so frustrating to get word that your flight is, you've got a gate, you're going to head over there, you get the excitement, and then only to be disappointed again when it gets delayed time and again. So your heart goes out to people there, Rob.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. All right, we want to go to Cobb County now. Denise Dylan has been there all throughout the day and afternoon. Denise, we saw some trucks going out. You were at a brine facility. We can still see you there. What have you been able to experience in the last couple of minutes?
Well, the biggest change in the last couple of minutes, if you saw me about an hour and a half ago, you saw how happy I was that the rain has finally stopped. Well, that was all short-lived because it has started to rain yet again. And now, of course, the big concern is ice. The Cobb DOT facility has been a very busy location here all day long. Trucks coming and going, loading up with this salt and sand mixture to go out and plow the slush off the roads and then treat the roads with that salt and sand. Because the big concern, as we've all been talking about, is this ice, and not just on the roads, but also on the trees. Ice coating those branches so that they get too heavy and come toppling down, and that could lead to power outages because those trees could come down on some power lines. Cobb EMA has been warning folks, hey, this is a very real possibility, so be ready for it. There could be a power outage. There have already been a number of power outages, small ones, but some power outages across the county. EMA is saying, hey, make sure all your devices are charged, make sure you have a flashlight handy, and don't forget about all those extra blankets. Just kind of keep them stacked up next to you in case your house starts to get a little chilly. At least you have those blankets nearby and ready to go to stay warm throughout the night.
That they're concerned at all now that the rain has started up again, that they might not be able to treat as effectively as when it had stopped?
Well, they have a plan. They prepare for all of this. And I think the rain is just something that they expected. They knew it would pick up again at one point during the night. I, of course, was just hoping that once it ended about an hour and a half ago, it was going to stay nice and dry so I could stay nice and dry out here. But, of course, that did not happen.
All right, Denise Dylan, yeah, we talked earlier, Scott Higley with GDOT. Of course, they're focusing on those major arteries, those thoroughfares, interstates. But, of course, it seems like he was even kind of banking for the rain to stop so they could get a good brine on those roadways to kind of prevent that black ice there.
Yeah, of course, always makes things more challenging when you can't treat the road because it just keeps raining. All right, we are going to continue here with our coverage after a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, our storm alert day coverage continues here just into the newsroom. Marta says bus services will remain suspended, and that will continue into tomorrow morning. Rail service operating on a weekend schedule. Also, that streetcar service is suspended as well. Also, we do have some video to show you here. This is of King and Queen building. This is on 285 there. You can see a spin out. See that car right through there? Of course, we'll play that again for you. In Sandy Springs there, just showing you how slick those roads were. Of course, this was earlier, but scary for that driver inside.
Yeah, just a reminder as we get later into the night with the concerns about ice and freezing on the roads, that drivers should be cautious. Stay home if at all possible, but go slow if you have to be on the roads.
All right, we want to go to Hall County. That's where Eric Mock is in Gainesville. And Eric, you saw a car overturned on your way up there as well earlier.
That's right, guys. Yeah, and that was when things weren't really icy on the road. That's when they were really slushy on the road. Let's go ahead and show that video right now. That's 985. That's when we passed by that car that was flipped onto its side. Looked like it had gone up onto the embankment and then flipped over. Luckily, believe it or not, no one was injured. The police officers on scene said no one was hurt. We saw the driver standing outside the car, which was really, really great. But then, you know, when we asked them, they actually then said we needed to move on. They didn't want us standing on the interstate there. And so at that point, you know, we went ahead and, you know, kept moving on to Gainesville. But it's just a really good reminder, guys, how you need to be careful on the roads, especially if ice starts to form out here. Now, I have a little update here from Hall County on some power outages. Right now, they say Georgia Powder, they have 881 customers out of power. Jackson EMC has 442. Sawney Electric has 27 people out of power. So a little over 1,200 people out of power in Hall County in total. That's, you know, maybe not as bad as they thought. Now, they said as more ice starts to accumulate, that could get worse. And so they're still bracing for impact if the ice starts to accumulate overnight like we think it's going to. So that's, you know, just one of the things you really got to watch out for is that ice continuing to accumulate. And they're saying that there could be more precipitation coming as well. They're also predicting 1/4 of an inch of ice to accumulate on the roads and other surfaces. And again, if that starts to happen on trees, in fact, you know, Scott, if we can pan over this tree over here, it's already got a thick layer of ice on the trees here across the street. You can see the gas station lights are kind of lighting them up here. Look at that. The whole tree is encased in ice. And so if more ice starts to accumulate on these trees, that's when you can see limbs falling, even down trees start to happen. And they're expecting, you know, if winds start to gust as well, that could also lead to trees coming down, coming onto power lines, more power outages, things like that. So right now, things feel really calm. You know, we're not having a precipitation. Thank goodness we were getting drenched earlier out here, guys. But right now, that stopped. But it's kind of seems like a lull here, and we've talked about this before. We've seen some lulls here, and people might start to get a false sense of security. Everyone's saying, don't do that yet, guys. Stay vigilant. Stay off the roads if you can, because we could still be seeing some impacts here tonight.
All right, Eric Mock, thanks so much. And thanks for showing us the tree as well. I know we were talking about power outages with the different power companies here at Georgia Power. About 54,000 people as those limbs start to come down from the heavy frozen rain that's freezing over. You stay safe out there. Thanks so much. All right, of course, we're talking about the seriousness of everything, but there was plenty of joy as well. I want to start with one of my favorite pictures that we've seen today. And again, thanks for all of those pictures that you guys have been sending in. Brittany Scott sent this one from Noonan, including her 10-month-old seeing snow for the first time. He is in awe. The little hand there on the window. All right, let's take you to this video. This is in Blue Ridge. This dog does not want to be tamed, jumping for joy, going around, just happy to be outside and happy to experience what snow feels like. Two dogs there just jumping and leaping for joy, having such a good time there. All right, Jamaica Reese character sent us this favorite picture of Fayetteville here. It's of her son Noah with what she says is the biggest snowball in Fayette County. She says you wouldn't want to get hit by it. Absolutely would not want to get hit by that one. All right, here's some video here sent in by Fayette County as well by Gabriela Ruiz. kind of face planted there. Take a look again. Here it is going over and not quite making it, but of course having some fun there. Hope there are no soreness in the morning. And then take a look at this beauty. Amanda and Omerix Pinaga, excuse me for that last name there, from Lilburn says made a snow lady. Very creative. We've been seeing a lot of creativity coming through as well. Of course, we want you to keep the pictures coming, keep the videos coming. You can always submit them on our app, the Fox 5 mobile app. And of course, now is a great time to download that as the power is going out in several areas. You can stay up to date of what you need to know. Of course, Fox 5, our Storm Alert Day coverage continues after the break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage on this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. We've been monitoring a lot of power outages that have been coming in. In the last couple of hours, we've learned 54,000 approximately customers are out of power, according to Georgia Power, just about 7:15 tonight.
Yeah, and that was a jump around 3,000, 4,000 at 5 o'clock. So we're really seeing those numbers increasing. Earlier, we talked with John Kraft with Georgia Power. He said his crews are fanned out. I know our Alexa Liaco was in a situation earlier in Candler Park where that community was dark. Alexa, we see the Georgia Power yellow lights behind you. I'm sure those neighbors there in that community, they are happy to see them.
The neighbors actually came out right behind us here and said, I love you. Thank you for being here. You know, a lot of people are worried about getting really cold tonight. I want to step out and show you. This is actually the tree clearing crew with the city who is going around and clearing out tree branches like this one that you see resting right on the power line up here. There are at least 1,200 people in the Candler Park neighborhood specifically that are out of power at this moment right now. I emailed Georgia Power and asked if this tree down on the power line was the source of at least some of those outages. They said, we are sure that it is. The trees like this, when they get weighted down with that snow and ice, and when the water refreezes and becomes heavy, those tree limbs can lay down on those power lines and then cause widespread outages for street streets and streets and streets. And so this work is only going to increase as the night goes on. We spoke with Georgia Power about the fact that as it gets colder and things refreeze, that they are going to see more things like this happen, so people should be prepared. Here's what else Georgia Power had to say just moments ago. Looks like we're having trouble getting that soundbite, but they wanted to stress to people, do not go out and try and inspect if your power is out. They don't want anybody to get in the way of those tree limbs, especially if they've broken. You see the tree crews are going to have to saw off part of that branch. And it's really interesting because this house and all these streets down here, we saw blocks and blocks of homes that are completely pitch black. We could see people's candles and flashlights on in the windows. And then right next door, the power is on. And going down the rest of this street, the street looks pretty normal. The street lights are on, everybody's porch lights are on, and you can see the street lights kind of illuminating the branches, and there's a lot of water and ice that's weighing down these branches, and that's exactly what the crews are afraid of. But you can see this crew made quick work of removing this tree branch, and then the Georgia Power crews can come back in right after that. We saw a police officer that was here earlier kind of making sure that nobody hit that tree branch that was in the road, so at least now the roadway is cleared, and this tree crew is going to be moving on so that Georgia Power can hopefully get in here and get power on. We know that there are more than 1,000 separate neighborhoods dealing with power outages, more than 50,000 people right now, customers rather, of Georgia Power dealing with power outages right now. So that's going to be the concern as the temperatures get colder and colder overnight, especially as more and more people kind of turn on those heaters and bundle up for the evening, that they can get the power back on. Georgia Power representatives did assure us that they have crews fanned out all over the city and metro area that will be working around the clock to get the power on. But as we speak right now, the rain is starting to come down. It definitely is not that fluffy snow anymore. It's just rain. And so it's going to be a long night ahead for those crews as they continue to have harsh conditions to deal with.
All right, Alexa Liaco, she mentioned the rain. Of course, that is going to be a concern as the temperatures drop in that roadway as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I know those people are glad to see Georgia Power crews coming in. All right, let's get out to Chief Meteorologist David Chanley. As we go into the evening, David, I'm sure we can expect more scenes like the one behind Alexa there.
And how about the scene behind me up there in Union County? Look what's happening. It's continuing to snow. This is in extreme North Georgia. You're looking at downtown Blairsville, so they're getting some additional snowfall since I've been on the air here just a little bit. Boy, look at the roadways. That's a pretty good clip. It's covered it back up, and we expect that to continue in some areas there in North Georgia. If not, you're just getting the freezing rain that Alexa was talking about there, with rain as liquid falling and then freezing on contact. All right, here's the 101 Marietta camera, and boy, it looks kind of soupy as well. You got the snow on the ground at Centennial Olympic Park, and we got a wintry mix still being reported. Temperatures at 33. We've been fluctuating between 31, 32, and 33 here into the evening. The dew point's right there at 30. It's fairly calm wind right now, but we've been saying that's going to be picking up a little bit by tomorrow, and certainly through the day tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures, there's the cold. But look, there's still 32 in Griffin, 34 in Thomaston, 36 in LaGrange. They're looking better, but they may drop down below freezing. So anything residual that's been well protected will probably freeze down on the south side. But it's up here in north and northeast Georgia that I'm really concerned for the next several hours, because this is additional ice accumulation going on right up I-85 and 985. You can kind of see the peak showing up, and this is getting added onto areas that have already been iced pretty good. So watch out for those power outages to really start expanding. You can see there's the snow up in Blairsville. We got a little bit more to go, and then you still look back in parts of Mississippi and Alabama. The back edge of this may try to bring us, well, a few more snow bursts through the overnight, but I'm not looking for a whole lot in the way of additional rainfall. So through tonight, there we are in town, just kind of right around freezing. So anything that's out there by tomorrow morning, well, it's going to be frozen, no doubt about it. So there's your radar satellite composite. You can see, stretch it back out, because I want to show you where the back edge of all this is, still many states away. So I'm not going to see a big clearing trend tomorrow. We won't see a whole lot of sunshine until Sunday. But check this out. You've got 42 on Sunday, but look where we're going to start Sunday morning, down at 21. So we'll probably have some icing concerns Sunday morning. Things look a little bit better, but another surge of colder air in here by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. We'll have a complete coverage for you coming up on Fox Local.
Hey, David, thanks so much. And before we go there, just kind of reiterating, GDOT, their crews are out making sure that those roadways, there's some sort of brine there. Not sure how the rain is going to play a factor in them able to treat those roads, but the icy road conditions, that black ice, top of mind, and the really seriousness going into the night.
Yeah, they really caution against being on the roads if at all possible, especially as we go into the evening. They're warning that things are going to get only more treacherous. We're going to remain right here. We're not going anywhere. There is a basketball game airing here on Fox 5, but we will be on Fox Local. You can continue to watch our continuing winter storm coverage there with live updates up to the minute. You can also monitor on the Fox 5 Storm Team app. So continue to stay with us here on Fox 5 via Fox Local. We'll see you over there. Welcome back to our continuing coverage on this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. Let's get out to Fox 5 Chief Meteorologist David Chanley talking about what is a potential for a widespread freezing event now that there is so much moisture on the roads.
How about 100%? That's a percentage we're going to see freezing temperatures in here tomorrow morning. Really, through the course of the night. How about this, boy? We're getting additional snowfall going on up in Union County, extreme North Georgia, up there in the mountains, downtown Blairsville. Look at this scene. It's kind of like we started the day here in town with those big old snowflakes. Now they're getting them up there, parts of North Georgia. How about that? In the mountains, indeed. Now other areas getting a little freezing rain. Seen some of that out here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, the glistening of the runways and taxiways. The temperature here in the 8 o'clock hour still holding at 33 with that wintry mix. We stayed in the 30s all day today, low, mid-30s, but most of the day down below freezing, especially when we had the precip coming on down. You got readings right now below freezing in Gainesville and Canton, at freezing in Carrollton. Blairsville with the snows flying at 30 right now. We've got some mid-30s down on the south side. The pink indicating that freezing rain, the white indicating the snow. We've seen some of that up here running from Blue Ridge to Blairsville, now Hiawassee on into Towns County. Additional snowfall up there into the evening hours. This right here is just going to be icy conditions, 985 and 185, and that's going to continue into the night. And you can see this is kind of the back edge of the substantial rainfall, but we're not done yet. And more rain down here across middle Georgia, but the good news down there, just rain. All right, so as we go hour by hour through this, you see the temperatures holding right around freezing. Once the precip leaves, the clouds more stubborn, starting your Saturday morning where everything's going to be frozen. And then we'll try to get a little bit of a thaw in here by Saturday lunchtime, but we're not having a whole lot of success. Now, meteorologist Lauren Robinson joins me out on the Fox 5 weather deck. Been monitoring all day and in the evening now the course of our road temperatures out there. And Lauren, we've got a lot of spots now down below freezing.
That's right. The roads are going to be key players as we go through the rest of the evening as it pertains to refreeze and black ice and hazardous travel conditions through the rest of our Friday night. So let's go ahead and take a couple of looks across Georgia, where we can see road temperatures on State Route 515 and Blue Ridge Drive at 31 degrees, just below freezing. So what that means is any sort of moisture on the ground, and that means snow or even rain, that's likely going to refreeze as we go through the rest of the evening with those temperatures below freezing. Same is true for US 19 and State Route 60. And then as we move our way to the southeast a bit, I-75 and State Route 120, these temperatures just above freezing at 33 degrees, but that's still cold enough to be very hazardous out there. And then we move a little bit closer into Metro Atlanta, I-75 at 10th Street, and we're looking for those road temperatures near 35 degrees. All of these areas are going to continue to just watch for those slick conditions. Even though the snow has stopped falling in some of these areas, that does not mean the roads are now safe to travel. In fact, we're looking for even more hazardous travel as we go through the rest of the evening with all of the refreeze and black ice possibilities out there. So you certainly want to stay tuned, where we're keeping you safe all day long and keeping you informed. I'll send it back into the newsroom.
Lauren, it's so important for people to heed the warnings. It's probably a good idea not to be on the roads at all, if at all possible. We are just getting in new reporting that some down power lines have led to a traffic situation off of I-20. So again, you want to just be aware, stay off the roads if at all possible. Our team back in the control room, let me know where we're going next. We've got our team spread out all across the area. Let's get out to our Alexa Liakos. She's been dealing with some of those power outages that we've been talking about, Alexa. Just in the last few moments, we saw that Georgia power crews were arriving there to your location in Candler Park. Have we gotten any updates on if any residents got their power restored yet?
Unfortunately, this neighborhood, Courtney, still in the dark right now. But the good news is, in just the last 2 minutes, this power crew arrived here on the scene. We've got somebody checking out what happened here, but pretty easy to see this tree wilted kind of down onto these power lines right here. And we did already have the tree crews come through. They were pretty quick, came through, removed some of the branches that had snapped off and fallen onto the ground. And we spoke with Georgia Power earlier tonight, and they said this is unfortunately what they're expecting to see in many neighborhoods across all of the Atlanta metro and beyond tonight, as we get that refreezing that David Chanley talked about, where all of this wet moisture becomes cold again and gets heavier on those tree branches. And here's what else Georgia Power had to say just a few moments ago.
Then when that ice, that freezing rain comes down and coats the lines, the trees and the tree limbs come down. So that is what we're seeing and reacting to at this point.
Know that there are at least 54,000 customers that are without power at this moment, and they said that there are at least 1,000 separate neighborhoods, 1,000 separate outages across the city that they have crews going to right now and will be working 24/7 around the clock to try and get people their power back on, because of course in this historic winter storm that we're dealing with, this freezing temperatures, people are really going to need their heat in the next couple of hours as those temperatures get even colder. And in just the last few minutes, even since we came on the air last, that freezing rain that we've been seeing has started to pound a little bit harder. Those raindrops have gotten a little bit thicker, and that's really turned the roads even into an even slushier mess. And the roads are getting a lot of water pooling on it in addition to that ice. So as we've been saying all day, if you can stay home, definitely do stay home, because especially in these neighborhoods where the power is out, there is no street lights, and there are no street lights rather. So it's going to be very tricky to navigate, especially on those turns and curves where the street's a little bit uneven. You definitely don't want to find yourself there. We will keep you updated if we get any more information from Georgia Power, but they did say they do believe this tree is the cause of at least most of this block being out. There's more than 1,200 people right here in Candler Park out, but we're tracking those outages all across the metro tonight. Courtney.
Alexa, are crews there in that neighborhood giving you any sense of how long they think it might take to get power restored?
They said it really depends on a case-by-case basis. If it's something easy to fix, they said it could be within 30 minutes to an hour. Georgia Power said that some cases may take several hours, but they're very aware of the intense cold tonight, so they have crews going to check out and assess like they're here right now. But they said at this point they don't have an assessment for all those families in Candler Park who may be watching and hoping to get some information. We're still working on that, and we will bring you an update as soon as the crews out here can give that to us.
Yeah, I would imagine people who are living without power right now are really hanging on to every word, every update, because especially for sensitive groups, it could be hard to get through tonight in such cold. Alexa, thanks for that update from Candler Park. And as we talk about the dangers of being on the roads in these conditions, take a look at this. This was a scene earlier today out on 985 in Hall County. This was a car that flipped on its side. Our Eric Mock saw this on his way out to Gainesville. And it just underscores the importance of driving slowly if you do have to be on the roads, but especially going into tonight, as we could have some freezing of the water that's out there on the roads. This could happen very easily. And then another reminder out in Sandy Springs, this was 285 earlier today, a car spun out and landed off to the side of the road right there by the King and Queen buildings on 285. Yet another reminder that you've got to take it slow if you're going to be on the roads in these conditions. Just in the last few minutes, we are getting an update from the Georgia Department of Public Safety. They are now telling us they have responded to over 1,000 calls for service. They've seen 225 crashes today, and they've done 156 motorist assists. So it sounds like it's been a busy day for them, along with several departments that are responding to everything coming along with this winter weather. Our Denise Dylan has been out in Cobb County for us, where she's been seeing some of the activity going on from GDOT. Denise, anything new in the last few minutes since we last spoke to you?
The rain is still coming. It's still falling, just like it started about 45 minutes ago. Cobb DOT crews have been very busy for the last day and a half, pre-treating the roads, and all day today, clearing and retreating the roads. Trucks have been in and out. Many of them just came back to fill up with more salt and sand material to go back out, and they are urging people to stay off the roads. Now, I just talked to Cobb Fire, and they said that they have been also very, very busy. Cobb Fire's Nick Dance told me that he is certain the roads are going to be extremely dangerous as the temperature drops and those roads start to freeze. He told me that they have additional crews working today, including 2 additional med units. He says that they've run so many accident calls and stranded motorist calls that they are now having to prioritize all calls. He also says that they've had a number of trees down, blocking some roads, and he thinks there will be more as the night goes on, which also means there could be some power outages. And he's telling everyone to just get ready for that. That's how certain he is. He says, get ready, charge those devices, find those flashlights, and remember that when the power goes out, your heat goes out, your house is going to get cold. So grab all the blankets and be ready, have them close by just in case.
All right, yeah, good reminders, Denise. Important to make sure your devices are charged in case you do lose power at any point. Denise, thanks. We've been mentioning that there's a situation we've learned about on I-20 in terms of a traffic situation that both sides of I-20 are closed. Our Kim Luffler is standing by. Kim, you've been in Rockdale County today. What can you tell us about how the traffic situation has been?
Well, we're at I-20 right at Highway 138, and this is the section of I-20 that is closed in both directions right now. If you take a look here, these are all of the vehicles that are exiting. They're heading on I-20 eastbound here, and they're exiting, kind of going around this section of I-20 that's closed. And I'm going to try to give you an idea of what's going on here. It's a little hard to see from this location where we are right now, but if you take a look, you can see that that thick power pole right there, and you see that darker power line that's kind of dipping down a little bit. Well, that power line is lying across the entire interstate right now. According to Conyers Police, there was some sort of accident that led to that power line now being on the interstate, so they have closed off both sides of the interstate in this location as crews work to assess the situation and obviously safely get that power line off of the roadway there. Traffic is still moving, but cars are being diverted around this section of I-20 right now. Now, at this point, we don't know exactly what led up to this this crash that caused this power line to fall onto the interstate, but all throughout the afternoon and evening, we've been warning you about these slick roads and the icy roads that are going to be forming from the rain and also the slushiness that we saw this afternoon. And I want to show you, we're starting to see even on this sidewalk where I am right now, we're starting to see that icing begin to form in this area, and this is only going to get worse as temperatures continue to drop throughout the night. But again, this is why we're saying, encouraging people to stay off the roads if you can. But again, this section of I-20 at this hour closed down. That power line still lying across the interstate at this hour. Of course, we'll keep you updated as the traffic conditions improve in this area. That's the latest from here, but for now, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, looks like some slow going there behind you there in Rockdale County, Kim. Thanks for that update. We've been also monitoring the situation at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. We'll get to that in a minute, but first, let's get out to our Jonathan Stacy monitoring the situation right now. Jonathan, we're seeing some of what we feared would be happening on I-20 with the freezing of the roads, having to shut down both sides of I-20, just, I'm sure, the first of many traffic issues that we might see throughout the evening.
And this really continues not only through the evening, but through the overnight hours into the wee hours of Saturday morning. We are continuing to deal with the threat of freezing rain as freezing rain is falling to the north of the Atlanta metro area. I-20, the issues are clear to bear at this point. However, up I-85 is next. That is a zone that we have been watching throughout the afternoon and will continue to watch through the evening hours for the threat of freezing rain leading to icy spots on the roadways. It at this point is going to happen. This is not a chance. This is not a risk. The roads are hazardous and there's no window of improvement for the roads to actually get better over the next 12 to maybe even 18-hour period, with a glimmer of some sunshine in the forecast for tomorrow afternoon, late tomorrow afternoon. If the winds can calm down, hopefully we can break a crack in the clouds and start the melting process. But the temperatures are going to take an even steeper downturn as we wake up on Sunday morning, and most communities outside the perimeter will be in the teens. So winter is not done with us yet. It's just the fun part is now in our rearview mirror. Right now, we're at 33 degrees here in Atlanta. Make your way down into Spalding County. You're hanging out at freezing, 33 in Noonan there. 34 as rain showers roll over Lake Sinclair and Oconee. Up north, you still find that there are a few showers, snow showers that is, wandering across the high mountains of northeast Georgia. As you can see here, the picture has become quite misty. There's still a wintry mix that abides. The temperature hanging out at 33 degrees, so likely some sleet, possibly some freezing rain, and the winds are starting to calm down. The modeling has done an excellent job at really focusing on the wind part of the story. The winds were a bit hype, if you will, during the early afternoon, and they have gradually started to soften. They're coming back, and they're coming back with a vengeance, and by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, they will be blowing and bristling you around. The dew point is at 31 degrees, so we could still shed a degree or two on the mercury scale over the next 2 to 3 hours, and once again, that just makes conditions even more rife for frozen precipitation or in the liquid form once it falls to the ground to become ice. As we take a look at the hour-by-hour modeling here, this model projects that there will be some pockets of green showing up here, indicating that there's some light rain mixing in, but most of what comes up from the south and from the west will be scattered variety wintry mix, and we'll have to deal with that ongoing through the wee hours of tomorrow morning. But I do think by the time the sun comes up, not that you will see it, but by daybreak, the precipitation is behind us, but what is on the ground will still be a problem for us. We'll take a look at the threats as we go throughout the next couple of hours, Courtney.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. Sorry, Jonathan, thanks for that update. We're going next to Rob Dirienzo. I know your name, Jonathan. Don't worry. All right. We've been continuing to monitor the situation there at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. So many travelers have been stuck in a frustrating situation with the cancellations, with the delays. We understand more than 1,000 cancellations already today, Rob. I understand that you've got someone there who knows all too well the travel headache.
Yeah, we'll talk about that at a moment. At this point in the coverage, everything is sort of becoming a blur. Courtney, good evening to you. As you mentioned, more than 1,000 flights canceled, more than 500 delayed, and that number could very well grow into the night. That ground stop is still in effect for another 15 minutes, and then the FAA will reassess the situation. I want to show you right over here. This really encapsulates the scene right now. People are kind of stranded, waiting around for more definitive answers, and as a matter of fact, we have 2 Fox 5 employees here with us who have had quite a journey. One is photojournalist Matt Stringer. The other is reporter Tyler Fingert, who is just returning from D.C. for the funeral coverage of former President Jimmy Carter. But I want to start with you, Matt. What's your day been like?
Well, I've been here for 15 hours, and I was about to go home, but because of Rob, I said I'd stay and talk to you guys.
15 hours. I know it was off and on, off and on. Oh, yeah. You got on the plane at one point.
Literally, it was off and on. So 6:50 this morning, we board. I believe it's around 10 o'clock. 9:45, 10 o'clock, we get off. About 30 minutes later, we get back on the same plane, sit at the gate for, I watched a movie, I don't know, 2.5 hours, and then we get back off for another 20, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
So it sounds like there's been like glimmers of hope.
Then we got back, oh gosh, we're always next in line at the de-icer, which never happens. So then finally we got back on the plane, and the pilots had flown, they've worked too much, so we needed a crew, so we didn't have a crew. So we go back, we get off of the plane, and they tell us it's canceled. For this, the number 3, right? So we've been on the same plane 3 times. We get off the plane, and then as soon as we're leaving, the lady at the gate's like, no, it's not canceled. Stay here, stay here. So we stayed there for 15 minutes for them to tell us it was canceled.
It's incredible. And I want to bring in Fox 5's Tyler Fingert over here. Tyler, I know you had quite the journey because you spent your day trying to get back to Atlanta, and now you're leaving again. Talk to me a little bit about your day.
Yeah, so we started in Baltimore. We were flying back from the funeral coverage for former President Jimmy Carter. Our flight was supposed to be at 6 a.m. They delayed it right after we got there at 4, and then that delay just continued till about, I think we finally took off somewhere around 2 o'clock. they were having issues, obviously, to get us in, but Dana Fow, Alex Whitler, and one of our field producers was able to get out of Dulles Airport, and then one of our colleagues from some other stations were able to get out of Reagan Airport. It just, for some reason, our flight was the lucky one that was delayed out of Baltimore, and it's obviously they were trying to not have as many planes come in because they didn't want to have too many planes on the ground here when things weren't going out. So obviously all the airlines trying to struggle with the fact that the weather was just worse than everyone was expecting.
And Tyler, you are a reporter's reporter, and I know all day you've been pressing airport officials, even when you were on the tarmac up in Baltimore. Just describe your emotion right now after such a strenuous travel day, and it's not over.
Well, emotion, I think you have to understand weather is always something. I'm at the airport a lot covering it for us at Fox 5, and weather can be the biggest wild card for every single airline here at the airport. And so, but back in December, the airport did a whole readiness for the weather to make sure that they were ready and prepared for any possibility of severe.
And you covered that.
And we did cover it. We aired it on our, we did a whole story on it. They brought out the plows. They simulated something exactly like this. Unfortunately, though, when you have a storm that drops more snow than expected, and then also that freezing rain, you have runways that ice over. Our pilot from Baltimore, from Delta, was telling all of us when they had to deplane us the first time that it was one runway was unusable by 8 a.m., and then it just continued to get worse throughout the day. And then Delta sent a statement to all the media outlets saying that by 9:20, every single runway here was completely unusable. And so the airport was trying to fix that. Unfortunately, though, it took a very long time, which meant, as Matt Stringer was just saying, crews were timing out because there's only so much time that flight crews, like pilots, are legal, about 12 or so hours. Flight attendants can fly for a little bit longer, about 15 hours. Unfortunately, though, once we start getting to that length of time, they have no choice but to cancel that flight unless they have a reserve crew they can pull in. And places like Baltimore, they don't have that. Here in Atlanta, they have reserve planes and crews, but at a certain point, they can't get every flight off because they don't have enough of those crews available.
Wow. It sounds like so stressful. I know you have your skis in tote, and you're hoping to hit the slopes in Colorado, right?
Yeah, looking for a little different snow, not here in Atlanta, hopefully somewhere else that, has a little bit more of a mountain.
Gotcha. Well, we'll let both of you guys go. Did you want to say something else, Matt?
Yeah, so Tyler, I was here since 6:50, but Tyler flew in, went home, got his skis, and now he's flying out, and I'm still here.
So it just goes to show it's really a mixed bag of every traveler's experience. And same with the travelers we've been speaking to, both on the international side and on the domestic side. It really depends where you're going to and if you were one of those lucky ones to get on a plane before these rolling ground stops start. So we're going to stay on top of it. We're going to continue to talk to other folks who don't work for Fox 5 throughout the airport, and we're going to continue to keep you updated, guys. Back to you.
My goodness, Rob, what a ride, for so many people, and so interesting that you were able to link up with our coworkers there at the airport. They've been through so much, I understand, getting back from our coverage out in Washington, D.C. But it just tells the story of so many other people that are dealing with the same thing. Thanks, Rob. We'll check back in with you. All right, as we head out to break, just stay with us. We're going to continue to cover all the latest here on Fox 5. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on Fox Local. It is a Fox 5 storm alert day as we continue to monitor potentially dangerous conditions outside amid freezing temperatures and wet roads, creating a condition that could lead to some icy roads. Check out this time-lapse video that we took from our tower camera near Centennial Olympic. You can see how the conditions have drastically changed over the last few hours. These conditions are the reason why Marta has suspended bus service for all day tomorrow. Rail service is operating on a weekend schedule. Streetcar service is also suspended. Let's get out to our Joy Dukes, who has been standing by for us. Joy, I know you had been in a parking lot near a Kroger store and you had been seeing quite a few people out. Are you still seeing a lot of people out there?
Yeah, Courtney, we have actually moved from that Kroger location to a gas station a little bit closer to the road here, so you can kind of see what the conditions are at this point. You can see the roads are wet, and it is, we are seeing some precipitation here. It looks like it's really light rain that's happening. And if you go a little bit further this way, if we kind of pan toward the right there, you can see that crews are starting to do some work here on the roads. Now, another thing that we've noticed so far, we have seen a lot heavier presence of Dawson County Sheriff's deputies on the roads here. Of course, we did see a lot of people at that Kroger location still, even as the hours are continuing to get later, but we're seeing more of those patrols, presumably so that they can make sure that there are no issues with vehicles being stalled out. Now, you can see that the roads are somewhat busy in a way. You are seeing a pretty good amount of traffic here. It looks like there's a restaurant across the way, Hacienda, that is open, so you can see some cars over there. And we are seeing some drivers moving, but not too much action here on the roads at this point. We did see some drivers earlier that were going pretty fast, just from what we could see from the road there. And I wanted to show you this. This is a piece of ice, a huge chunk of ice that we just found on the ground here. You can see how wet it is, but it's freezing cold, first of all, and it's just really, really thick. So we know that as it's continuing to rain, we know that as it is continuing to get colder, and we're starting to feel that wind chill, that things are only going to get worse as far as the road is concerned. And that was I guess one of the work trucks. They were moving pretty fast there as well. But yeah, it's really a mess out here, and really better for people to stay inside and to listen to the directives that they have received from county officials. We spoke with and heard from the fire chief here in Dawson County earlier. He said that they have been really, really busy all day long here trying to respond to crashes. We even saw an update from the Dawson County Sheriff saying how much of a hassle it's been for them trying to respond to crashes, and it's people who are driving who just wanted to test out their driving skills here and ended up finding out the hard way. So that's pretty much the update here. We're going to continue to monitor conditions here, but at this point we are starting to see those crews kind of working on the roads here. And we also know that the power outages haven't been a huge issue here at this point. Sawney Power Company, they haven't had really a lot of outages. They had about 21 at last check. And we also checked with Amicalola. They had about 61 outages total. So it's been minimal at this point. But of course, we know that as the conditions worsen and as it gets later, it's very likely that those numbers are going to go up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Joy, it looks almost like it's snowing. Is that snow, or is it kind of a mix there?
It's kind of a mix. It looks like it's like a rain, just like really small raindrops. It's not really sticking so that it could be snow. It just really looks like it's precipitation, really. That's the only way I could describe it. I guess you could say maybe it's a little sleety, but it's really small dots of moisture coming through the air. Maybe if the particles were just a little bit bigger, they would stick more and it would look like actual snow. But right now it just looks like it's adding to the moisture on the ground here, which is obviously not a good thing for anybody who's still out on the roads and people who are, out working, like those Kroger workers at the grocery store who will be getting off probably around 11:30 midnight and be trying to go home.
Yeah, well, you're working too, Joy, and you're doing a great job, and we want you to stay safe out there if you guys are on the roads, just like all of our crews who are out tonight in this We don't need more slush at this hour, but looks like you're getting some out there.
No, we don't.
Yeah. All right, Joy,
Yeah,
thanks.
Thanks so much.
All right, let's get out to our Eric Mock. He's been in Gainesville monitoring road conditions there. Eric, you showed us about an hour ago an umbrella that had frozen. What else has frozen out where you are?
Well, we're almost frozen out here, Courtney, to tell you the truth. You know, I think last time that, like you mentioned, that last live shot we showed you, we were kind of celebrating the precipitation had stopped for a minute. That's over now. The sleet and the freezing rain has come back with a vengeance. Right now it feels more like sleet, thank goodness, because that freezing rain is rough. When, you know, a couple hours ago we were just in the middle of it, just getting drenched. But yeah, the sleet has come back with a vengeance. It's making everything really slick here. I have to really watch my step here. I'm starting to slide around a lot on the ice. It's just really easy to slow. Whoa, yeah, I gotta, all right, maybe not do that on air right now. I don't want to eat it right now, but yes, it's making everything very slick out here. We've showed you this road closed sign. It's still shut down because they say there's hills on the other side of this sign that they don't want drivers going down and then who can't get back up the road or who get stuck down Monroe Drive. This is just off of Athens Highway, very close to 985 here. We've been seeing a lot of snow plows going up and down Athens Highway, but none coming down this drive in particular. And they had told us yesterday, Hall County officials that is, that they can't plow every road, you know, so they have to focus on the main arteries. GDOT is focusing on their roads, and that's what they're having to do. And a lot of people like this driver right here, you can see they're coming up. They just noticed that the road's closed and they have to quickly turn around here into the gas station parking lot. Now we want to see if we can show you some of the icicles. There's a street sign right here. I've been watching these icicles all evening just grow and grow. Now it's several inches long. That's because the precipitation is continuing to fall and then it just freezes on there, and it's frozen the trees and it's got ice on the power lines as well. And that's what makes it really difficult. That's what they're worried about, is if the ice keeps accumulating, that can mean down power lines, down trees on power lines. That's when you start getting a lot of those really, really dangerous consequences of this sleet and freezing weather. So yeah, lots of stuff is freezing out here. Fences, trees, power lines, signs, you name it, Courtney, it's freezing out here.
Yeah, those are some serious icicles out there, Eric. Sorry to hear that you feel like you're freezing too, because you've been out there for quite some time. I said it to Joy, I've got to say it to you too. You've been doing a great job out there bringing us the situation out there in Gainesville. Try to get warm if you can and stay safe. We'll check back with you. Eric, thanks. All right, let's get out to Chief Meteorologist David Chanley now, keeping an eye on conditions. I don't know if you saw, those were some pretty serious icicles out there in Eric's live shot.
And they're growing because we got areas that are still getting that frozen precipitation there, Courtney. I'm here talking about rain, and then it hits the ice and freezes, and then it expands and accretes and gets larger. Wow, no ice up here in Blairsville. That's downtown Blairsville. Look what it's doing. It's still snowing up there in the mountains of North Georgia, so it's putting another coating on the roadways. A couple hours ago, you could see the road. Now you can't. That's going to be the case through the overnight hours. All right, so here's the deal. Temperature-wise, up in Blairsville, it's 30 and snowing. You're still seeing some light precipitation across the area, but it's kind of ending from the west to the east. Everything going according to plan time-wise. Pretty good. Yeah, going to try to get on out of here by midnight. Up here across North Georgia, there's your snow. Blairsville, Hiawassee, that's Union and Towns County. Then right along I-85, 985, we get some more freezing rain. And going back out to the west, we see a little bit of a break, but there's still some snow showers trying to show up way back out there to the west. So over the next few hours, that's a live look right now down on Centennial Olympic Park. Well, we had the snow, the freezing rain, and the temperature still flirting right there with the 30s. Now, brand new to the Fox 5 Storm Team on this snowy day. Say hello to Lauren Robinson. And Lauren, what a first day you've been dealing with across the region, and you're going to find, for the most part, that this is unusual here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia when it comes to frozen precipitation.
Very unusual, yes. I've actually just moved here from Denver, Colorado, and I thought I was escaping the snow, but I guess I brought a little of it with me, so everyone can collectively blame me for today's weather. But as we make our way across road temperatures, you want to make sure you're still being very careful as we go through the rest of the evening, because even though the snowfall has stopped, hazardous driving conditions remain. And that's going to be because of our very cold roadways out there. We're going to look for refreeze. We're also going to look for more freezing rain and freezing drizzle. So areas like State Route 515 and Blue Ridge Drive, we're looking at road temperatures here, 31 degrees. That's just below freezing. So we do want to watch for those frozen roadways. Same goes for US 19 and State Route 60, where we're seeing these road temperatures at 31 degrees. A tad bit above freezing at 33 degrees is Interstate 75 and State Route 120. And then we move our way to the south just a bit. I-75 at 10th Street. These road temperatures around 35 degrees, just a tad bit above freezing, but still very slushy and very icy, especially as these temperatures continue to drop through the rest of the evening. So you want to continue to stay off of the roadways if you can, and stay tuned in to Fox 5, where we've been keeping you safe and informed all day long. And I'll send it back to you.
All right, Lauren, welcome to the team there. And, you'll be seeing Lauren on Saturdays and Sundays in the evening, and then with us during the week. So welcome aboard to the Fox 5 Storm team. All right, everybody's been in here. We started the day with Joanne Feldman, Alex Forbes in the snow, and then Jonathan Stacy joined me. Lauren joined me. It's been a whole effort, and thank you for watching our coverage. So right on through the night, you're going to look at temperatures right there. It's freezing, so anything that's out there obviously is frozen until sometime tomorrow we get a tiny bit of a thaw. At least we get rid of the precipitation, but we're going to be back down to the deep freeze, I think, by Saturday night, and a big freeze in here on Sunday morning. We're well down into the 20s. We'll talk more about that here in just a bit.
All right, that sounds great, David. Thanks. So we are in continuing coverage on this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. Stick with Fox Local, and we will be right back. Welcome back to our extended coverage here on Fox Local on this Storm Alert Day. We continue to monitor a deteriorating situation on the roads with lots of moisture from all the rain and snow that fell throughout the day. Now beginning to freeze in some areas as temperatures drop the later we get into the evening. We've been monitoring a situation out in Rockdale County. Both sides of I-20, we understand, our traffic are closed after an accident caused down power lines in that area. Our Kim Leffler has been there monitoring the situation. Kim, is traffic moving yet?
Well, we just saw in the last couple of minutes, the westbound lanes of I-20 were right at the intersection with Highway 138 here in Rockdale County. The west side lanes have just reopened, but east side is still closed. And you can see that line of traffic that's being diverted away from the interstate right now. And this is why. If we come back over to my left here, if you take a look at where these cars are, and you can kind of see that darker power line that's kind of drooping down a little bit, that is currently lying on the eastbound lanes of I-20 here. And I just walked over there, and there are several power crews currently working to get that power line picked up and get that roadway back open. But according to Conyers Police, there was some sort of accident that led to that power line falling onto the interstate there. So this road, both sides were closed off for at least an hour. But again, the westbound lanes here just opening in the last few minutes. But all throughout the afternoon and evening, we have been talking about those slick road conditions. You can probably see right now, or you can tell by my jacket, it's still raining at this hour, and we're still seeing some very mushy roads from all of the snow that we saw a little bit earlier. And if you take a look at this sidewalk, and it's actually with the rain right now, it's not making it quite as icy, but you can see there is still a little bit of an ice layer forming right here on the sidewalk. So this is why officials and all of us here at Fox 5 are encouraging people to stay off the roads if you can, because this is what you're going to encounter, especially on some of those side roads. But again, here at I-20, the eastbound lanes still closed off at this hour, but again, there are several power crews currently working to get that power line picked back up, and of course we'll keep you updated on as soon as the eastbound lanes here reopen. That's the latest from here, but for now we'll send it back to you.
It looks like such a frustrating situation out there on the side that isn't moving at all still, Kim, but good to hear that the westbound lanes of I-20 are now back open. We'll check back with you soon. Kim, thanks. Let's get out to our Denise Dylan. She's been monitoring some crews with GDOT who are working to keep the roads still moving. Denise, it looks like you're in a different location than where we last saw you.
Yeah, I moved a bit. I was over Cobb DOT for a few hours. I'm just trying to look around at other parts of the area. And all day, Cobb County facilities have been shut down because of the weather, but many Cobb County employees have been working, and not just working, but working overtime, like those DOT crews I was with earlier. And also Cobb County Fire, they have extra crews on duty, including 2 additional med units, and they have been very busy all day long. They sent me some video a short time ago. I want to show that to you now. They have been running extra calls, especially with motor vehicle accidents and stranded motorists. So many calls that right now they're having to prioritize their calls. They've also had some trees down blocking roadways, and they have worked a number of fires. In fact, they just got a call within the last 30 minutes for a chimney fire that they were called out to, and they're heading that way now and probably trying to knock that fire down as we speak. And they're really urging everyone to stay off the roads. I want to come back live now and show you some of these trees right behind me, where you can see the ice has started to coat these branches. And of course, when that happens, those branches get heavier. This can lead to down branches, down trees. There have been more than a dozen down trees across Cobb County, from what has been reported to me earlier. So basically, the bottom line is this isn't over yet. Just because the snowfall ended earlier, everyone has a feeling that the roads, they're just going to get more dangerous as the night goes on and the temperatures drop. So stay inside and be careful.
Best to be on the safe side, Denise. I would imagine that crews out in that area are doing everything they can to keep the roads open. And so far, we've seen that people are able to navigate around. So that's been a good sign. So far, so good in that regard. Denise, thank you so much. We did have an interview with GDOT earlier, several hours ago, just after 7 o'clock, who told us some information on what they have been efforting. They had been out on the roads, brining the roads. They also had Hero out. They also told us they had over 300 pieces of equipment responding to to situations, but also warned that they had been seeing average speeds that were just a little bit too high. I understand we have our Jonathan Stacy standing by, ready to talk to us about the weather situation. Jonathan, what can you tell us? Okay, I don't think we have Jonathan. Who do we have next? All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right here with extended coverage on this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. Stick with us. Extended coverage of our Fox 5 Storm Alert Day here on Fox Local. I'm Courtney Bryant. Thanks for being with us this hour. We have been continuing to monitor the situation for thousands of customers who have been without power. Georgia Power reported to us just after 7 o'clock tonight that over 50,000 customers have been without power. They're responding to situations trying to restore power as soon as possible. Our Alexa Liaco has been monitoring some of those areas where Georgia Power crews are out working. We understand, Alexa, now you are in the Decatur area where some folks have lost power there as well.
Yeah, we're kind of between the Kirkwood and the Oakhurst neighborhoods here. There are at least 494 customers in this area without power. It's so eerie to drive from neighborhood to neighborhood and you see one house, the lights on, people watching television, enjoying their night. The next part, complete blackness, no street lights, nothing. And a lot of the reason Georgia the Georgia Power says is tree branches like this. Even in the last few minutes, we've seen another tree branch kind of come down, and the weight of these branches with the ice refreezing on them from all that rain and snow and slush, it becomes heavier, and then the tree can't hold it any longer and it comes down. You can kind of see, it's obviously very dark out here, but this tree has a big branch that's kind of right over this power line that attaches to the house. There's another tree that's right underneath these power lines. So this is a very, very heavily forested neighborhood here. And a lot of neighborhoods seeing situations like this where these branches just kind of come down and that kicks off the lights for hundreds and hundreds of people. Earlier tonight, Georgia Power said there were at least 54,000 customers at one point with no power. They said they are going to have crews that includes tree trimming crews as well as power restoration crews working overnight to restore the power so that people who are without power can at least try and get some heat within the next couple of hours. The good news was in that Candler Park neighborhood that we were at earlier, within a few minutes of the crews arriving, they were able to trim the tree branch and get the power back onto the 1,200 people people in that neighborhood that had the power out. So the fixes can be quick if it's a tree branch issue like we possibly are seeing here and like we saw in Candler Park, but some issues may take longer, and unfortunately the Georgia Power map on their website is leaving a lot of customers with a lot of questions because the crews are still having to get out and assess what exactly is wrong in every single neighborhood. And Georgia Power told me there are at least 1,000 different neighborhoods with outages, so they've got a lot of ground to cover tonight. It's going to be a long night for those crews.
Gosh, yeah, that is really a lot to wrap your mind around. 1,000 different neighborhoods, and they only have so many resources, so I'm sure they're working their best to prioritize which areas to go to first to try to restore power for people. But great to hear, Alexa, that Candler Park neighborhood has had power restored. I know that means so much to the people who live there. Alexa, thanks for that.
Yeah, the neighbors literally came out and they said, "I love you. Thank you so much." They were so gleeful when the power came back on because they knew it was a cold night ahead. So they had flashlights going on the inside, but they literally came out and yelled thank you to the Georgia Power crews, and a big thank you to them because they are going to be working all throughout the night tonight to help people like that out.
Yeah, well deserved. And these crews are working in cold temperatures too. So yeah, great to hear that they're getting the thanks they deserve. Alexa, thanks. All right, let's get out to our Eric Mock. He's been in Gainesville for us, monitoring the situation there. Eric, you were just showing us some icicles, lots of freezing going on in that area.
Absolutely, Courtney. I want to show you some more icicles, some more freezing, this time on some power lines right just above my head right here. There's a layer of ice now on these power lines all up and down the lines here. These are not right over my head, but, you know, maybe like 20, 30 feet behind me here. And, you know, it's not doing anything right now, but, you know, if that ice keeps accumulating, that could spell some real trouble for the power lines out here, and especially the trees as well if that ice continues to form around it, because right now everything is covered in ice out here in Hall County. I'm assuming it's similar in other parts of the metro, but here, I mean, everything I look at, trees, you know, there's even like a little gas pipeline right here. I don't know if you guys can see that, and look at that, that's just covered in ice, just covered in little icicles. And that's everything out here. Everything is covered in ice and icicles. That umbrella we showed you earlier, actually that's right here on the ground here. We can't use this anymore. This umbrella is done. This is literally unusable because it's just covered in ice sheets, and it just can't even hold it up anymore. So everything out here covered in a layer of ice, and that's what they're really concerned about, because if that starts happening on the roads, that creates really hazardous driving conditions. So they preemptively closed some of these roads like Monroe Drive here, saying that they don't want people going down these really steep hills because, you know, if you're going down a hill on icy roads, you could lose control. And that's a really dangerous situation. Now, I did want to give an update about power outages. We're talking about power lines, right? About 1,300 people are out of power per the last update from Hall County government officials. And right now, so thankfully, that's a small percentage of the county's population, but they're worried if that number could go up if we continue to see this kind of ice accumulation out here. Courtney?
Imagine losing power on a night like tonight, Eric. Not a good situation, and I'm sure crews don't want to see that either, because they have enough work to do as it is right now without more people needing their help than they do right now. Eric,
absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
All right, we want to show you this once again. This is a time-lapse video that was taken from our tower camera near Centennial Olympic Park. And look at all that snow that was falling at the time. You can see how it accumulated so quickly. That's the reason why Marta decided to suspend bus service all day tomorrow. So rail service is still operating. That's a great option. That won't be affected by the weather, but it is going to be operating on a weekend schedule. We also understand, according to Marta, streetcar service will be suspended as well. And just in the last hour, we've gotten this update from the Georgia Department of Public Safety. They have their crews out responding to a lot of situations, as you can imagine tonight. They've responded, they're telling us, to 1,030 calls for service. They've seen 225 crashes all across the metro area, and they have conducted 156 motorist assists. So a lot of work being done by Georgia Department of Public Safety, responding to a lot of situations out there. Our chief meteorologist, David Chanley, joins us now with an update on the weather situation right now. David, I know the big concern right now is freezing.
Yeah, freezing temperatures through the night into tomorrow morning, and some additional precipitation. We're seeing that up the road there in Blairsville. Not snowing as heavily as it was earlier, but you see it's coated the road again up that way. In town, we've dealt with freezing rain, and you can see the freezing rain's kind of pushed off to the north. The east, and temperatures still hovering right around 32 degrees or so. There's pockets of sub-freezing and pockets of some more freezing rain, but are really kind of winding down. But any additional ice accumulation causes issues up there, especially across northeast Georgia. There's the snow in the higher elevations of the mountains. Look how they've just grown here, especially in the metro area. Yeah, some spots in Fulton County and parts of Douglas County. I mean, you're talking about thousands without power right now, and I think that's going to expand, though. It's because we're going to see the wind start picking up, and you look the percentage there down there in Clayton County, about 12% of the county right now reporting no power. And how about Morgan County and Jasper County? Much the same story down to the east of metro Atlanta. All right, let's take you through. We're going to see the wind. It's going to pick up. That may cause some power outages, too, once we march on into your Saturday morning. Wind gusts up around 20, 25 miles an hour, higher up in the mountains. Well, that's adding insult to injury because the temperatures are going to be freezing. So we'll have wind chills in the teens and 20s, and then that's going to continue and start to die down a little bit into Saturday evening. And then we plummet again with a temperature Saturday night into Sunday morning. Watch this. This is getting into early Sunday morning. Oh, my. Look at all the teens we have out there. That is a hard freeze. So any stuff that's left over is going to be frozen big time. Trying to get warmer on Sunday, but not having a whole lot of success. Some spots hanging out in the upper 30s and low 40s most of the day, even though we'll have some sunshine. So tomorrow we're looking at cloudy, breezy, and cold. We don't really have any precipitation chances, but we do see readings trying to get up above freezing right there in the mid to upper 30s. That'll help, but it's not great. How about the extended outlook? This is the way we see it right now. Icy starts to the morning. We say that because we've had the residual snowfall and the sleet that's frozen on the ground. Well, we'll try to get back up to 36 tomorrow. Not much going on with the melting. 42 on Sunday, 45 on Monday. But look, each and every morning we'll find it well down into the 20s. And even for January, that's down below the average. You get another surge of colder air in here Tuesday and Wednesday. And at least it's going to stay and dry, but man, those temperatures well down below the average. So Courtney, we're dealing with more freezing temperatures tonight, little in the way of precipitation. The wind kicks up. I'm sure what's going to be on the rise are these power outages.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on, and we understand over 50,000 power outages reported by Georgia Power. Just after 7 o'clock. David, thanks for that update. We are going to remain right here. Don't go anywhere. We are in extended coverage. This is a Fox 5 Storm Alert Day, and we have you covered from all angles with our team spread out all across the metro area. Thanks for sticking with us here on Fox Local. We'll be right back with more right after this break.
Welcome back on the Storm Alert Day. I'm Eric Perry. Thanks so much for sticking with us. We've been with you all throughout the day as the snow fell this morning. And now of course, we want to start off with Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy. All right, Jonathan, you warned us. You said as the temperatures continue to drop, the increase for the safety hazards increased as well.
They have, and it's really because of some natural phenomena. The sun is down, so you can't see as far as you could see when the sun was up. And then you also add into play, we've had 3 different types of precipitation today. We've had rain, and yes, we've had snow. And now we're still dealing with the continuation of a bit of a wintry mix. And that's what you're looking at this 9 o'clock hour on Fox 5 Live Viper radar. One of the areas that we as the Fox 5 Storm Team have continuously pinpointed for problems in terms of icing is the I-85 corridor to the north and to the east of the city, specifically looking at northern Gwinnett going up through Hall, Banks County, all the way to the South Carolina state line out to Lake Hartwell. And this is because you all have just been covered up or wedged up all day with thick clouds and your temperatures really didn't budge much. Meaning, in most cases, those temperatures never climbed above freezing. So with that being said, you're getting another lobe of exiting precip in the way of a wintry mix that's likely at this point freezing rain. And I tell you, whatever's falling from the sky is likely sticking to the surface as solid, making for some treacherous conditions for anyone who may be going up I-20 or up I-85. We already had reports of some closures along I-20 as a result of ice developing there. As we look down to the south, you can see it's a solid rainmaker coming in out of Alabama, still to the south of Columbus, up through Albany, Cordell, making its way into portions of southeastern Georgia. As we take a live look out, the current temperature here in Atlanta rose last hour to 33 degrees and it still stands there. The winds have backed off a bit. We were dealing with a wind in the double digits during the late afternoon and early evening period, but now you have winds coming in out of the north at about 7 miles an hour. So for those of you who are thinking about the next few hours, and I hope you have to go nowhere, but if you do, you really need to watch very closely the road conditions. Go ahead and plan out your route, and if you can figure out a way to stay at home, just shelter in place. Temperatures are going to drop below freezing over the next couple of hours. They may start to lift up a hair tomorrow morning, but I think the damage will be done. That damage, once again, ice accretion, or as we would commonly say, ice accumulation. How much more could we get? Well, based on what we've already got, in some cases, more than, I say, 3/4 of an inch of ice. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, or 1/4 of an inch of ice. We're going to add maybe another, 1/10 of an inch anywhere from Covington out to Athens going up I-85. So we're going to keep our eyes on the icing situation once again as our eastern counties. Along with that, the winds are going to kind of make a comeback. Those wind gusts could easily top 30 miles an hour by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you have ice on the power lines, and then you have winds gusting out of the northwest at 30 miles per hour. These power outage numbers are going up. Right now, we're standing at 16,000. We got some updates in. That's 16,000 for Clayton County. Go up to Fulton County. That number has jumped up to 22,000 customers without power. Add in 22,000 more in DeKalb County. Go up to Gwinnett. That's 10,000 more. This is getting to be a pretty big crisis, Eric. And I do think by the time it's all said and done, the power outage numbers are really going to take many by surprise. So at this point, what can you do? Charge your devices and hunker down and stay as warm as you possibly can.
All right, Jonathan, thanks so much. We're really seeing also officials, they're changing their language. Earlier, stay off the roads if you can, but now they're saying it is not safe for you to be out there on the roads. That black ice, really a major threat here at this 9 o'clock hour, and of course will increase as we head into the night there. We do want to go to our Kim Luffler. She's been in Rockdale County, but I-20 behind you has been shut down because of a fallen wire. What can you tell us? What have you been able to see? Walk us through it, Kim.
Well, I-20 is now back open, which is some good news. We're right at the intersection with Highway 138. And if you take a look behind me, you can see the power crew still actively working on that power line right now. They've been able to get it out of the roadway so that traffic can once again flow in this area. According to Conyers police, there was some sort of accident that led to that power line falling onto the interstate there, and it was closed for right around 2 hours or so. Led to a big backup right in this area from where we are right now. But again, crews are actively working right now to get that power line picked back up, and now traffic is flowing again in this area. But I wanted to give you an idea of what we're seeing in terms of ice accumulation here. I was actually just saying to our photographer, I hadn't really had a chance to have some fun in the snow during our coverage so far, and I was like, this could be my opportunity to go make a snow angel. And then he said to me, well, it's not really best snow angel making snow because it's covered in ice. Just take a look at that. The whole top of the snow right here is just a layer of ice, and it is the same on many roadways around this area. So Eric, as you mentioned, officials saying it's just not safe to be out here at this hour. But again, the good news is for cars that are on the road, I-20 is back open in this area of Rockdale County after being closed for several hours, but certainly still some very treacherous conditions on the roadway in this area. Eric.
Thanks so much. I mean, earlier we talked a little bit about power outages. I'm just going to look off to my left here. I'm looking at a map that they pulled up. Jonathan had a little bit earlier. 22,000 people Metro Atlanta, 22,000 people in Gwinnett, and of course we have some people in Clayton County as well. I know in DeKalb County we're seeing some outages. My mom, who lives East Atlanta area, she's been out for a good 2 hours there. We talked with John Kraft with the power crews. They said their crews are fanned out all throughout, but the impact now, a lot of that snow, a lot of that ice on those trees, those limbs are coming down on those power lines. So again, if you are in an area that's surrounded by trees, this is the time that you need to go ahead, download the Fox 5 mobile app, make sure your phones are charged and you are prepared for whatever might come your way. And the best thing to do is, of course, to stay inside. Another source of frustration today was for many travelers as we saw ground stops, ground delays at Hartsfield-Jackson International. That's where Rob DiRienzo has been for hours. Rob, looking behind you, I see a couple of people, but I'm sure a lot of people probably either went back home or just settled into the fact they're not leaving anytime soon.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Eric. Good evening to you. That's actually what our own photojournalist Matt Stringer decided to do after his flight was canceled. A lot of people are just hanging out here, hoping for some good news, but the crowd is starting to thin out as that realization sets in that they're probably not getting off the ground out of Hartsfield-Jackson tonight. The good news is, though, right now, there is not a ground stop. There is just a ground delay, which means there's just a lot of sitting on the ground waiting to take off. So I want to step out of the way to show you what it looks like around here at the North Terminal. There are a lot of people here hanging out, sitting around, camped out in a really uncomfortable position. But as I mentioned, these crowds have kind of thinned out throughout the evening as that ice threat has kind of gotten more and more intense. So this is the scene here in the domestic terminal. We were over on the international side a little while ago, and there were a lot of people there who were just holding out hope, hoping that things would change and they'd be able to catch their big international flight or their connecting flight to wherever they're going. That doesn't seem to be the case for a lot of people tonight. But again, the good news is that ground stop is lifted. So we do know, to the best of our knowledge, that things are slowly moving here. But that ice remains a big concern, especially into the night as it starts to freeze and becomes a serious concern for everybody here on the ground. So that is really what they're focusing on here, Eric. And then the other thing is the de-icing. The de-icing takes a very long time. Atlanta is not an airport that typically has to de-ice, so it's taking longer than normal. And we're hearing that is one of the big contributing factors to the delays out there, Eric.
Yeah, Rob, and when we talked with the airport a little earlier, their crews, they're saying that they're staffed around the clock, making sure those runways are safe for all of those planes either coming or going. But of course, that's going to take some due diligence throughout the night. All right, Rob, thanks so much. That's a check of the airport. All right, we're back after the break. All right, 9:14 on this storm alert day on this Friday. Thanks for sticking with us on Fox Local as we have you covered on this day. And of course, the impacts now, we're looking at the roadways, slick roads, and possibility of black ice. We do want to head a little further north to Dawsonville. That's where Joy Dukes has been for most of the afternoon there. Joy, what are you seeing? I know earlier when we talked around, what was that, 7:30, the shopping center was starting to close, people starting to go home. People still out there where you can see, or what can you tell us up there?
Yeah, Eric, we can still see that Kroger location. We've moved a little bit closer to the street here so you can get a look at what the road conditions look like. But what I can tell you is we can still see that people are at that Kroger, and they won't be closed until 11 o'clock. Earlier in the evening, Courtney asked the question of whether they were going to have a shorter work hours or shorter open hours today. But it appears from what we can see that Kroger will be open until 11 o'clock. And we are still seeing cars on occasion go back that way. We also just saw a car here getting some gas. We are at the Kroger gas station, which is about a quarter of a mile from that Kroger location. But I want to step out of the way here so you can take a look and see what is happening on the roads here. And before we look at that, take a look at this Georgia 400 North sign. You can see the number of icicles on that sign and how thick and long they've gotten as it's continued to rain here. And of course, the temperatures continuing to drop and the wind is picking up here. I feel like that is a perfect picture of what we have been seeing all day. You can see the roads here. There are some cars driving. We've kind of seen just a pretty menial flow of traffic here just every now and again. But one thing we did notice is how quickly these cars are driving from our perspective here standing on the street. Now, we did see some snow plows here earlier this evening, probably in the last hour or so. We saw several of those snow plows over here clearing the roads to try and get some of that snow off of there. But we know the snow is really not the big issue here. It is the black ice that's going to be developing as it continues to get later and as it continues to get cooler out here. And I think the big thing that people need to take from this is certainly, one, we are at the point in the evening where you should not be out driving at all if possible. And two, if you are out driving, you really do want to slow down because you really can't tell that there's black ice there until it's too late. And if you look around the ground here, you can kind of see some of the slush that's happening, but you can also see how slick the road is getting a little bit further out there near the signage there and a little bit closer to the actual road. You can see it's getting shiny. So that means that ice is starting to, or the water is starting to turn into ice, and that it really is not safe for anybody to be going at a rapid speed if they are still out. And it's really a good idea for everybody to just get inside if possible. But one thing we have seen is sheriff's deputies with the Dawson County Sheriff's Office making their rounds in this area. They have had a really heavy presence, I guess, in this area. We haven't seen one in the last few minutes or so, but they have been patrolling and cruising around here purportedly to try and see if they can find any drivers that are in distress or if there's anybody who's having any issues. We've had a few stop and ask us if we're okay. So definitely a presence from them. We've noticed, we know that they switched shifts a couple of hours ago around 6 o'clock. So they are going to be out here for the rest of the evening. And of course, we heard from the sheriff earlier today that they've had a lot of crashes that they've responded to throughout the day, and they are really urging people to just stay inside, especially at this point in the night. But we'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Joy, thanks so much. And you make a good point. Good to see that the Dawson County Sheriff's Office making their rounds. We've seen here in Atlanta police going around. And when we talked earlier with officials, if you need any help, especially if you're on that interstate, for some reason you get stuck or start sliding on that ice, hero units are working around the clock to make sure that you are safe as well. Well, again, the issue now are the roadways, but we're also looking at power outages as well. We are seeing a significant jump within the past couple of hours there with those who are now in the dark. Our team coverage continues with Alexa Liaco, who is in Decatur. Alexa, where are you now? I know you're moving around. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're right in between the Kirkwood and Oakhurst neighborhoods. And in this specific area, there are 494 customers without power. But in just the last couple of minutes, I checked the power map again. The lights are still out here. It's still pitch black on these streets. But in the neighborhood a couple blocks over now, another power outage has come up. In the last just about 10 minutes here, another almost 500 people, 500 customers without power. And Georgia Power said that they're really concerned throughout the night as the temperatures continue to go down and all that wet, heavy, freezing rain and slushy snow that came down onto the trees is going to freeze. And it looks like that's what happened here. You can see these branches just freshly fell. They're on top of all of the tire tracks here on this street in this neighborhood. And that tree looks like it's got sort of a low-lying branch right over those power lines. And in another neighborhood, Georgia Power let us know that a tree down on a power line kind of like that was the reason for about 1,200 homes being out in Candler Park. There's another tree right under these power lines here. So situations like this where the tree branches get heavy and have that ice melting on them. We actually have one of those branches here. I want to pull it up and show you. You can see, I'll try to hold it still so we can zoom in on it, but you can see those water droplets that were dripping off that have frozen solid, and that adds weight to the tree, and these branches just cannot sustain the weight. And you can see the kind of icicles that have formed, and truly all around the branch, water has crystallized into ice because the temperatures are now dipping down below freezing. So really interesting to take a look at what is happening to the trees in all of these neighborhoods. And this neighborhood is a really heavily forested. There's tons of trees on all the streets here. So any one branch down on any one power line can trip out power to a whole neighborhood of people. The neighborhood that we were in earlier in Candler Park had power restored because they were able to trim one tree branch off of a line. So crews now working all throughout the night to try and get other neighborhoods like this one that are without power to pinpoint that tree branch that's triggering the power outage and hopefully, clean up this scenario, because this is coming out into the roadway. So this is creating really dangerous conditions for drivers. In this neighborhood where we're at, the good thing is we have not seen many people out on the road. The only vehicle we've seen out was actually a fire truck passing through, responding to a call going this way. So it seems that people are at least heeding the warnings to stay off the roads, because the ice and the snow has really melted and formed this really slushy, thin layer that's very slippery to walk. If you're not careful and not really kind of planting your feet, you can go sliding very quickly. Georgia Power did tell us earlier tonight that as many as 54,000 customers were without power in as many as 1,000 different outage sites. They said they will be working throughout the clock to also update their website. A lot of customers, when we drove up and saw some women walking with flashlights through their neighborhood, they said they were checking the website, and it just said that crews were assessing what caused the outage and a possible time estimate of when that power would be back on. When we spoke with Georgia Power, they said a fix could take as quick as a few minutes to several hours, but they want everyone to be assured that they are tracking these outages and trying to update their website as quickly as they can so people can keep checking that and get a better estimate of when they might see their power come back on.
All right, Alexa Liaco, I know you mentioned 54. That was around 7 o'clock. While you were talking, I checked the map here. We're looking at nearly 90,000 people in different areas. The one big hub there had 72,000 people in the metro area. So hopefully they can get the power back on. All right, we'll check in with you a little later in this newscast. I want to bring back Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy. All right, Jonathan, we're talking nearly 90,000 people, and that's just Georgia Power right there. Again, the temperatures are going to continue to drop. What can they expect if they are in the dark?
It's really a vibe switch, Erica, because there was so much glee and happiness at the top of the day because we had snow here, something we haven't had in several years in the fashion and to the scale that we experienced it. And now that the day is coming to an end, the story of the weather and how we're experiencing it is changing. At this point, most of the moisture has exited. However, Mother Nature has also done her dirty work in spawning a series of trains of moisture that have come through the area, and the back end, the tail end of the system that was simply going to be rain changed over to freezing rain. That freezing rain hooked onto power lines, and those power lines are gaining weight by the moment. And then you add in a breath of wind, and the power grid just can't take it. So I do expect those numbers to continue to climb. As those numbers climb, the temperatures are falling. Right now we're at 30 degrees in Canton, 33 in Atlanta, 32 for those of you in Griffin. A speck or a sprinkle of any variety, whether it be a flurry, wintry mix, or a light shower, can be found anywhere on the board, but by and large the rain chances have diminished greatly, even in contrast to the top of this hour. At this hour, we're still under a winter storm warning that will continue until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, so several more hours to go here. And you're saying, okay, if there's nothing falling from the sky, why is the warning still in place? Well, the effects of what has already fallen will still be hazardous for us. We're talking about some very slick road conditions out there as a result of the refreezing of precipitation that fell earlier in the day, and then once again that waning threat for ice accumulation. As we get into the midnight time frame, I wouldn't be surprised if a shower or two breaks out along the I-20 corridor to the east of town. The same for I-16 and I-75, anywhere from Upson County going all the way out to Putnam and Greene counties. Once again, a pocket of wintry mix possible on either side of I-85 to the north and to the east of town. A flake or a flurry for the high mountains and for our border counties of North Carolina and Tennessee. This is now 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It would really be nice, given the snowpack that we have, to have some sunshine so we can start gently melting it away, but that's going to be hard to do at 6 o'clock in the morning when you're covered up in the clouds. Is there a chance for sunshine? Yes, there is a chance, but it's a late opportunity, and the sun is already starting to tilt below the horizon as we get, well, partly cloudy skies in place. Here's the view at 3 o'clock, and the biggest thing tomorrow won't be the lack of sunshine, but it will be the aggressive winds. The winds have settled down a bit temporarily, but they come back overnight. We could have wind gusts in the mountains topping 30 miles an hour through the mid-morning period. They will at least reach 20 miles an hour here in the metro and points to the south. Softer winds will follow as we get into Saturday evening. So it's a cloudy and breezy and, need I say, a cold day with the temperature dropping down into the 20s outside the perimeter. Here in town, we'll drop you to 29 degrees and we'll try to get you up to a high of 36 degrees. But the real stunner comes, Eric, on Sunday morning when everything that's on the ground, for sure, without a doubt, will refreeze as temperatures inside the perimeter drop to 21 and everybody outside goes into the teens. We're not done yet.
All right, Jonathan, thanks so much. Of course, our Fox 5 Storm team, entire team, they are working around the clock to make sure you are safe. On this Storm Alert Day, stay with us on Fox Local. We're back after the break. All right, welcome back on this storm alert day, this Friday, just around 9:30 here. You're taking a live look. This is in Blairsville, far north of us, but you can still see the snow is coming down. Here in our area closer to the metro, we're seeing slick roads as a lot of the snow starting to melt, but the concern for tonight, icy roads and that black ice. They're really telling you to stay off of the roadway there as they want to make sure that they treat it. Brine trucks with Georgia Department of Transportation. We talked earlier with Scott Higley. He says they're treating those major interstates. They're also treating those bridges and overpasses as well. And then, of course, they will go off to those side streets there. But the black ice really a concern at this hour. We do want to show you some video here. This is a time lapse that we took from our tower camera. It's near Centennial Olympic Park. Of course, in that video, a lot of times you can see the conditions drastically changing from the morning hours there. And that is the reason that Marta will continue their suspended service all day tomorrow. Rail service is operating on a weekend schedule. Streetcar services also suspended and on a will as well. And the roads have, of course, been an issue and will continue to be an issue. We did get an update from the Georgia Department of Transportation. They've had a busy day. Check out some of these numbers. 1,030 calls for service, 225 total crashes, and they've assisted about 156 people there as well. So again, they're asking you to make sure that you stay off of the roadways as that temperatures continue to drop and a lot of the moisture that is already there will freeze over. So here's what happens if you need help. They say their hero units are going around the clock. They're helping any motorists that might become stranded. But again, the best thing for you to do is to stay in your homes. Also, we're taking a look at some power outages as well. Around 90,000 people across the metro as a lot of those limbs thick with the ice in degrees there from the moisture as well. Those limbs falling onto power lines. Of course, we'll have you covered there. Stick with Fox 5 on this storm alert day. We're back after the break. Welcome back on the Storm Alert Day. Good to have you with us here as our coverage continues on Fox Local. Of course, we're checking in with all of our reporters fanned out across Metro Atlanta. Let's go to Denise Dylan. She's in Cobb County there. Denise, walk us through what you're seeing up there.
Nothing like we saw this morning with all the beautiful snow falling, and then of course through the afternoon it turned to a lot of rain, and right now the big concern is ice. Take a look at all the ice that is forming here in the parking lot and on sidewalks. Now all the roads, or the major roads around here, have been plowed and treated, so many of those are clear, but the side roads, well, they look a lot like this parking lot here. And take a look up here at this tree. You can see the ice coating on the branches here. Cobb fire officials told me they've had more than a dozen downed trees across the county blocking roads that they've had to go out and clear. And it's not just the trees. Power lines as well, also coated with ice. There have been pockets of power outages across the county, but nothing widespread, at least not yet. Cobb Fire, though, is urging everyone to be prepared for power outages just in case. You know, like I say, make sure those devices are charged, have flashlights nearby, and of course, plenty of blankets, because if your power goes out, so does your heat. So at least if you have those blankets ready, you will stay warm. Here's some of those DOT trucks that are going out now. They've been awfully busy all day long, making sure that those roads are as clear as they can get them to keep it safe for anybody who has to be out. Did you hear that? Anybody who has to be out. They urge everyone, if you don't need to be on the roads, don't do it. Stay home, watch TV, sit back, and we'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on.
All right, Denise Dylan, yeah, I mean, and I'm sure they're happy to see that it's no longer raining or sleeting, so that way they can get a good layer of brine on the roads before it freezes over. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. Let's head a little further north there to Hall County, Gainesville. Our Eric Mock has been there all throughout the day, and of course, Eric, we are encouraging people to stay off of the roadways. You even saw earlier today a car overturned. That's a tail. Thankfully, they're okay. But, you know, things could get worse as the slippery temperatures or the slippery roads and the ice continues.
That's absolutely correct, Eric. You know, when we pass by that, and if we have that video, let's go ahead and pull that up now. You know, when we passed by that car on 985 where they had flipped over onto their side, I mean, it was just a very startling, very visual reminder of why you have to be careful driving on these roads. And that was when there were plow trucks going through. So the road condition at that point wasn't too bad, and yet if you hit a patch of snow, patch of slush, that's all it can take if you're going too fast to send you off the road. And now the concern is ice for tonight. I want to walk you over to this tree here where you can just very clearly see the ice. That looks to be at least maybe like a 1/4 inch, maybe possibly more layer thick on this branches here. And it just easily snaps right off like that, as you can see. So the thick layer of ice is coming on everything out here. It's literally covering every surface that we can see. Now the roads, they've been treated so far, and they've been we've seen plows coming through here, scraping them off and adding a calcium mix to the road as well to keep them from getting the same kind of ice. So thankfully right now the roads still pretty drivable at this point. As long as you're taking it slow, taking your time, you should still be able to drive through there. They are still warning everyone, like you mentioned, to stay off the road because it's really just not worth it unless you really have to be somewhere right now. So the advice is stay off the road right now because this ice could start to accumulate overnight. That's what we're talking about. Right now, we've just got a very light kind of sleet or even very tiny ice pellets that are coming down, very tiny snowflakes maybe. It's very, very small type of precipitation at this point, but they're forecasting more could be coming to this part of the metro. And if that refreezes overnight, well, that's when, if you got this much ice on the road, that's just a very, very dangerous situation you don't want to get into on the road. So they're advising everyone just keep off. They've got 5 stretches of road right now closed off here in Hall County. And that number could, or excuse me, 4. They had 5 earlier. They've now reopened one, excuse me, per the last update. But if these conditions deteriorate overnight, we see more ice accumulating, they could be shutting down more roads, especially those that go over bridges or that come through the hills where, you know, if you get going down a hill and you have ice, you could lose control of the car very easily if you're not careful. So yes, that advice still stands out here, Eric. You don't want to be driving out here if you can help it.
All right, can you talk a little bit about, have you seen any surface streets? Of course, we know GDOT, they're doing their best on those main interstates, but what have you been able to tell when it comes to those surface streets, those side roads that might not be treated so quickly with the brine?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, Athens Highway is actually, you know, that's not an interstate, and yet because it's a highway, that has been getting a lot of snowplow action. Now, this is Monroe Drive right behind me here. This has been shut down for most of the day, and we have not seen any snowplows coming through this way, going down these roads. Some of the other roads we passed earlier, very slushy. You could see a lot of these side roads in the neighborhoods not getting plowed. You know, when I was speaking to Hall County officials yesterday, they said, you know, we're not going to be able to plow every single road in Hall County just because of the sheer number of them, the hundreds and hundreds of miles that would take for them. So they're focusing on the main thoroughfares, access roads for emergency vehicles. That's another part where they're focusing. They're also focusing on bridges, trying to keep those clear. There's a lot of bridges in Hall County. You know, Lake Lanier is here. You've got a lot of bridges going over Lake Lanier. Some of those are busy roads, so they're making sure to keep those de-iced. But yeah, a lot of these side streets still very treacherous. You definitely want to take your time or just not drive on them at all, to be honest.
All right, Eric Mock, thanks so much. Of course, we want you to stay safe up there as well. Do want to take you back outside. Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacey has been monitoring the conditions all throughout the day. Jonathan, how low will the temperatures go tonight? My concern is for those who are without power, without heat, and they will have to deal with Mother Nature's wrath tonight.
Yeah, my concerns are with them. My thoughts and prayers are with them as well, because it's going to be quite a miserable night, especially if you haven't had the heat on high today, because it really didn't get warm today. After all, we started out with snow, so temperatures have spent the better part of the day just beneath the freezing mark. Although we managed to push the number just a degree above freezing here in Atlanta during the late afternoon and early evening period. Right now we're at 33 degrees. But what does it mean? Cold is cold. Those numbers mean something when you have precip falling from the sky. And for the better part of the day, we had snow in the morning, and then it turned to a wintry mix as we got into the afternoon. And most of that wintry mix has now exited the area. But I wanted to just take a moment here as we get into the latter part of the 9 o'clock hour and just kind of take all of this in. It has been a really, really big day across North Georgia, and I'm using a small word to describe the immense gravity of this snowstorm that swept across our area. Just 48 hours ago, this storm was rolling over the metroplex of Dallas there, but you can see the expanse of the system across the Mississippi River, in through the Ohio River Valley, the Tennessee River Valley, across the Mid-South, the Deep South, now the Carolinas, and up the Atlantic, the mid-Atlantic that is. This has been one heck of a snowstorm, and Georgia finally got to participate in some winter weather, and I know that has made a lot of people glad around here. And for at least the early morning hours, the kids were able to get out and build some snowmans, and I'm talking about the kids big and small. As we look ahead, once again, the threat for ice and the problems that the refreezing of any precipitation that fell today will continue to be an issue that we will have to watch, specifically when it comes to our roadways. We'll watch for the refreezing as we get into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. So if you do have plans on being out and about, maybe you want to kind of start adjusting those plans and seeing if you can maybe put it off until Sunday or Monday, because we're going to really need a good day or so to bounce back. What may not be so obvious to you right now, if you actually have power, is the increasing surge literally by the minute with the increase in power outages that we're getting. I do have some new information in here, so I'm going to kind of have to play with this. This coming in from Fulton County. So I'm going to hop off screen here because it looks like we got a big update and some numbers. So I'm going to pull this out here so you can get a better idea of the new numbers that just came in of the power outages across the area. This is a loop, and I think this Fulton County number can be refreshed. Okay, so the latest report coming in, 24,000 customers in Fulton County alone are without power. Let's go ahead and throw in DeKalb here to see how many. So the state's two most populated counties dealing with a combined, 44,000 customers in Fulton and DeKalb counties alone without power. We're also looking at Gwinnett County that is now turned yellow. That's 12,000 customers. And then we're starting to see a fair amount of outages popping up as we get into Cobb, and also for portions of Henry County, another 10,000 plus customers are without power at this hour. So the power situation is not going to get better in the meantime. We do know that Georgia Power is out working, trying to restore power as best they can. But there's one culprit that has kind of taken a break, and that's the winds. And the winds will come back with a very strong vengeance as we get into the day tomorrow. Chief Meteorologist David Chandley and I, along with Lauren Robinson, our newest meteorologist on the Fox 5 Storm Team, we're working through things, and we're going to have a pretty important weathercast for you coming up on the news at 10, and I'll see you then, Eric.
All right, Jonathan, thanks so much. And he touched on it right there. Power outages, a major concern for Georgia Power there. Alexa Liaco is in one of the hard-hit areas, or one of the most impacted areas in Decatur. I was hoping by the time we came back we might see some trucks there, but I guess those people will just have to wait just a little bit longer.
It's been really silent in this neighborhood. We've seen maybe one car go by, and then we also saw an ambulance and a fire truck come through this neighborhood, not with sirens on, though, with some lights on. So they came through also quietly. So it's quite an eerie sight in the neighborhood. Nobody's out, nobody's moving around, but it's just so dark. And you can see some people have got candles going on inside, but that's about it. The other change that we've observed in even the last few minutes is that the precipitation has stopped. It's finally kind of silent and quiet as far as the rain coming down. We had a mist coming down and some rain kind of pitter-pattering back and forth for the last hour or so, but now it is just clear. And you can feel that it's getting cold and colder quickly. And the problem now with these power outages is they're rapidly expanding, as you all just saw. And here in the neighborhood, we're kind of right between Kirkwood and Oakhurst. There are about 500 families without power here. And in just the last few minutes, a neighborhood a few streets over, another power outage popped up, another almost 500 homes without power. And Georgia Power says they do expect that number to grow, unfortunately, throughout the night, largely because of issues like this with the trees. And we pulled a tree branch aside that was out of this pile here to show you what exactly is happening to the trees in your neighborhood. You can kind of see that crystallized water that maybe was snow at one point, then started melting when it was a little bit warmer this afternoon. And now we're in this period of cool down and refreezing. So you can see all these crystals and the icicles, they become heavier and they expand on the branches, weighing the branches down, and then they snap off. This tree branch is freshly snapped. You can tell where that branch broke off. It's dry. And then these branches all here, freshly cracked off of that tree. You can see where they popped off the tree, they look very, very fresh, and no cars have driven over this. And this is also posing a road hazard. Luckily, nobody's driven down the street since we've been here. People have really been heeding the warnings to stay home because this is massively impeding the road. And when we were in Candler Park earlier this evening, there was an Atlanta police officer blocking off a little part of the road that another tree branch had fallen into, so people didn't hurt themselves when they did try to drive by. So that's definitely something that you may want to watch out for if you do have to go out on the roads, which of course don't if you can avoid it. But one of these branches kind of popped off and fell, just behind us as we were setting up here. So these branches are actively falling right now as they're getting heavier and heavier with all that water kind of freezing and forming these crystals on the branches. And Georgia Power said they're going to have crews all throughout the night that include those tree trimming crews, that include the power crews working in all these different neighborhoods. Georgia Power told me a stat that was kind of astounding to me, that there are at least 1,000 different outage sites and neighborhoods that have outages. So they've got to get their crews to 1,000 different locations essentially tonight. So you can just see how, overwhelming that is. But they say they have crews ready and stacked and all out ready to go. They couldn't couldn't even tell us where crews were at a specific time because they just have that many people out working. So that's the good news. But they do say to expect this to continue and to enlarge throughout the night, those numbers for power outages. They did say they are going to do their very best to update their website. But we did speak to a couple of people who said they were trying to check and couldn't get an information on how quickly their outage would be resolved on the website. That's something that unfortunately takes a crew coming out, getting through the neighborhood and finding that tree that might be on the power line to figure out exactly how long that fix is going to take. So the website may be a little bit lagged as far as, what crews are actually doing out there. So it could come on quickly after you see that your neighborhood is struggling with an outage. But we will keep you updated on those numbers throughout the night. So stay with us with our coverage and I'll send it back to you.
All right, Alexa, thanks so much. And you make a very valid point there. We kind of tried to ask a little bit about, how long would it take when crews come out, but it's a case-by-case scenario. And as you said, over 1,000 different impacted areas as well. All right, Alexa, thanks so much. All right, let's go to Rockdale County. That's where our Kim Luffler has been. She was there as a power line came down and impacted traffic there. Thankfully, I think they've been able to resolve a lot of that. But Kim, talk to that aspect as well. We're seeing power lines coming down. And of course, earlier you were talking about some bridge closures over I-20, which of course impacting some traffic.
Yeah, power crews really working very quickly in this area to get I-20 back open and that power line off of the roadway there. You can see they're still on scene here at this hour. We're right at the intersection of Highway 138 now. About 2.5 hours ago or so, Conyers police say there was some sort of wreck in this area that caused that power line to fall onto the interstate. The interstate was closed for about 2 hours. Power crews got out here right away, though, and got the interstate open, and my photographer and I were saying in a pretty fast amount of time. And obviously they're still here just making sure everything is safe. But yes, Eric, as you mentioned, we were over just down the road, maybe about a 4-minute drive from here is where we were at that bridge that the city of Conyers had closed off just out of an abundance of caution due to their concern about it icing over and it being dangerous for drivers. And I want to give you an idea, because obviously even if you're looking out at the roadways behind us, it may not look too bad. It looks pretty clear. Obviously, those roadways have been treated. But I know we've been talking a lot about the side roads and some of the roads that may not have that brine mixture on it to melt the ice. We're actually over just in a parking lot close to where that power line fell. And this parking lot is giving you a pretty good example of what you could expect to see on some of the other roadways and some of the side roads. I mean, this really, it's still a little wet, but it's a layer of ice here. And this is what drivers are going to be dealing with and driving over in some of these side streets. So that is why officials are telling people if you don't need to be out, it's just not a good idea to come out on the roads right now, because as soon as you turn onto some of these side streets, you'll run into this. But of course, we're going to keep you updated on how conditions are here throughout the rest of the evening. But again, this icing, certainly we're seeing a lot more of it in the last few hours. Eric.
All right, Kim, yeah, that was a really good example. A lot of people getting comfortable thinking, no, it's not so bad, but a lot of that ice you just cannot see. All right, thanks so much. Of course, seriousness of the slick roadways going into the night, but I mean, come on. It's Atlanta. We do not see snow here. So a lot of people wanted to get out and about. This is Cameron in Cobb County in the Arthur's neighborhood there. Cameron Prosser enjoying some sled boarding and snowboarding there on this snow day. Very, very brave there going down the hill. All right, on this storm alert day, our coverage continues after the break. All right, welcome back on the Storm Alert Day. Of course, we're continuing to monitor the power outages and the slick roadways and the potential for black ice there. But like I said earlier, it's Atlanta. We do not see snow very often here. So, of course, people are getting out and enjoying. Some people seeing it for the first time ever. Let's take you to a lot of the viewer videos sent in by us. Andrea Kidd sent this photo of her snowman that she made with her family in Ackworth. They named him Wyatt. All right, Jessica Richter sent this picture in. A couple of fun days there. Flowery Branch, that snowman's bigger than the two kids there. Looks like a good time was had. They're taller than they are. Audra Burgess sent in this video of her son Jasper making some snowballs there. And Loganville, just completely white out area behind him. And Jimmy Drake sent us these pictures of the dogs, Penny and Opie, enjoying the snow. Jimmy also made a little brave snowman as well. It's been so interesting seeing the babies, but also the animals enjoying the snow for the first time there as well. Don Smith sent us a snowman. This is from Douglasville there. You can see a carrot and a hat and a scarf around. I can't really make out what the eyes are from here. But of course, we have so much enjoyed all of the hundreds of videos and photos you guys have sent in. Keep them coming. You can send it on the Fox 5 app. And of course, we are looking at them and you might see them here on the air as well. All right, there was not all joy there, and I can tell you where the frustration was. It was at the airport. Many cancellations and delays. Fox 5 reporter Rob DiRienzo been there at the airport all throughout the afternoon. Not a lot of smiling faces there, Rob, I can imagine.
I think we're the only ones smiling because we're so deliriously tired, Eric. Good evening to you. Well, we got 1,400 canceled flights here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport throughout the day. And the maximum delay that the FAA is reporting is 946 minutes. The average delay, 306 minutes. Just want to show you around the terminal here. A lot of people are just, as you mentioned, kind of given up, a little defeated right now. A lot of people are camped out waiting for updates. The good news is there isn't a ground stop in effect. There is a ground delay, which means, as I mentioned, there is a big wait to get off the ground here at Hartsfield-Jackson as the crews are trying to de-ice everything. And we did tell you about an incident at one of the Delta flights trying to take off earlier today. They had to evacuate on the tarmac. It was a mess because the pilot reported smelling some sort of fuel or some sort of odor on board and had to get everyone off immediately. In that evacuation process, 4 people were injured. 3 of those injuries were minor. But again, you're looking at the picture of people hanging out here, camped out in the airport as they're waiting for just a glimmer of good news. But as we've been reporting throughout the night, as this melted wetness on the roads, on the tarmacs, on the taxiways, and on the runways freezes, it becomes more and more of a problem. So you imagine all of the grounds crews here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport working overtime to de-ice, to clear all the snow and ice and try to get people on their way. But there are a lot of people who have just given up and went home, including our own photojournalist Matt Stringer and just a lot of other people we've talked to. They said they've spent almost 12 hours at this airport and they had enough. They do not think they're leaving tonight. But the good news is there are some flights coming and going from Hartsfield-Jackson, but there are enormous delays. Eric, back to you.
All right, Rob, before you go, can you also just talk about, I know earlier you so well put, once you get out for the gate, you taxi off, you still have to go through that de-icing process that will also cause delays. Talk a little bit about that and how rare it is to see it here in Atlanta.
Well, it's really interesting because there are big cities that you think of, like Boston, New York, where they have massive de-icing operations because they deal with ice all the time. Here in Atlanta, we don't deal with ice all the time, so their equipment is a little more limited. Matt Stringer, our photojournalist, was telling me the de-icing process takes about 10 minutes, and earlier when he was waiting, before he had to go back home, he said that there was a line of about 20 planes. You do 20 times 10, it's 200 minutes just waiting to get de-iced. So it is quite the process here at Hartsfield-Jackson, and again, as I mentioned, crews are working overtime, but it's interesting to mention because of the Marta service disruptions today, a lot of airport workers weren't actually able to make it to work today. So that's another complication in all of this big mess down here.
All right, thanks so much. And of course, you mentioned, Marta, their bus service suspended today out of the safety. They were working on a weekend schedule when it came to the trains, and I believe that suspension for bus services will linger into tomorrow as well. All right, let's get you up north, taking you a wide look across the metro area to Dawsonville. Our Joey Dukes has been out there all throughout the day. Joey, I want to hear about your conversation you had with the sheriff. You said you talked with them earlier. They've been driving by. What was his message to those in his area?
Yeah, Eric, good evening. We have been following this all evening, of course. And again, those sheriff's deputies have been kind of just patrolling in this area. They were really just checking on us. They stopped. They said, hey, are you guys okay? Because we were parked near the Kroger, like I said, about a quarter mile from here, doing our live hits and then kind of monitoring people coming and going from the grocery store. We did see the fire chief also going to that Kroger to get some items and food and just like sustenance for the crews that have been out working the streets all day. But that sheriff's deputy was really just curious about what we were doing there. Were we okay? Did we need anything? So certainly showing that attention to detail. There were several that we've seen since then just really patrolling in this area, trying to make sure that drivers are okay, that nobody is stranded, that there's no issue, you're not out of gas, anything like that. Because I think the big thing all of the agencies tonight are concerned about is drivers' safety and certainly just resident safety in general. They don't want to see people out on the roads at this time of the night. So when they see a car, whether it's stalled out or it's just parked somewhere, they are really taking the extra or going the extra mile to ask what they can do to help. We had talked to that deputy. He did say that they had switched shifts around 6 o'clock. So they're pretty fresh or pretty early in their shift. And I'm imagining that they are on 12-hour shifts. So they'll be going on all through the night here. But one thing I did want to show you since we're out here, you can see it's still kind of misting. The conditions are not necessarily getting better, but it's been kind of misty like this for the last hour and a half or so. I wanted to show you just how cold it is out here. Take a look at this. This is a trash can at the Kroger gas station. There is like a paper towel in here that is literally frozen. Like, that's just telling you how cold it is. You can see these icicles here have gotten really, really thick and really, really long. All of this is iced completely. You can see the icicles there. They're just really showing you how chilly it is out here. The temperature's dropping and the wind is very much so picking up at this point. You can see that mist kind of moving at an angle. You can see that it's just really, really, really windy at this point. So that's really the main thing here. I also wanted to show you this large piece of ice, a big chunk. You can see it is kind of a little mushy, again, because we're seeing that precipitation continuing to come down, but it's really, really cold. And you can see the ice is not melting. It's not going anywhere. So really, really want to think twice about driving in these conditions. We really haven't seen a whole lot of people driving over the last, I guess, maybe 30 minutes or so. You see one car here, and there's a couple of cars over there. This restaurant was open, or we think they were open because there were a lot of cars in the parking lot there probably about an hour ago. It looks like they're probably closing down. And we know that that Kroger location is going to be closing probably in the next hour here. So, and you can see people are still kind of coming in here probably to get those like last minute things, like super last minute things. But generally the messaging here is just to stay off the roads. We saw some plows come through here and certainly clear some of the snow that was sitting and some of the slush that was sitting on the road. But we know that with these really cold temperatures, the wind blowing, and the fact that literally everywhere there's wet substance, it's wet everywhere. It's not a good idea to be driving at this point, and we know that that is literally a recipe for ice to form overnight here. We'll continue to monitor the conditions. Again, power outages have not been a big issue here at this point, so that's good news for anybody who's living in the Dawson County area. That's not the main thing that we're seeing here, but we'll keep you updated as we learn more about what's happening. Back to you.
All right, Joy Dukes, thanks so much. It's good to hear there are no power outages up there. Unfortunately, closer to the metro area, cannot say the same. Looking anywhere from 85 to in the 90,000 people who are in the dark on this cold day here as well. Also interesting, I'm looking at my emails here, DoorDash activating their severe weather protocols. That means if you want to get some food out there, they're taking their safety and their driver's safety very seriously here. They suspended operations in Atlanta and and surrounding suburbs as well. Again, we are keeping an eye out on the really troubled spots that are going into the night as the temperatures dip. There's an increased chance for black ice that are on the roadway. We talked with GDOT a little earlier. Of course, there are crews out there, bridges, overpasses, interstates. Those are, of course, the main concerns there as well. But as you see, rain starting to fall in just certain areas, which will kind of prevent that brine from sticking to the surfaces. All right, let's get another check with Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy. All right, Jonathan, of course, the temperatures are dipping and many people are in the dark, so hopefully they have some sort of heat source with them.
Yeah, whether you call her Mother Nature or you call him Old Man Winter, it's really kind of teasing us or playing in our face at this point, because it appeared just 30 minutes ago that most of the moisture had moved across the South Carolina state line, but we've seen another flare up in activity. So we just checked in on Joy, and the radar basically verifies and affirms exactly what she was experiencing here. You can see the light pink shading here to the north of town, up 400, and along I-85 for North Fulton, North DeKalb, also Gwinnett going into Hall counties, and the south end of those of you who are in Dawson County and possibly even Lumpkin and Habersham counties. You're now getting in on another round of wintry mix. To the south, as you make your way down I-85 going to the south and to the east, it looks like there's a little pocket of light rain there in Coweta that is bordering the Fulton County line as well. And then there are some scattered showers as you go out to Putnam and Jasper County. We'll also throw green in the mix along the I-20 corridor. Temperatures have risen just a hair. We're now 2 degrees above freezing here at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, 33 degrees there in Rome, but you can see it looks like those freezing temperatures still reign from Gainesville to Athens to Canton, which is coming in at 31 degrees. 32 the temperature right now. We could still shave a degree or two off. The winds have rested a bit. We have a fairly soft wind coming in out of the north at 6 miles an hour. But keep in mind, when it's this cold outside, a little bit of wind goes a long way. So you have a wind coming in the single digits, but it's coming in out of the north, making that 34 degree temperature reading feel like 29 degrees. It feels like 31, the same number as the actual air temperature there in Canton. However, with the winds going out as you move into Newton County, it feels like it is 27 degrees. It's not friendly to be out tonight. But what are the actual air temperatures that you'll drop down to when you wake up on Saturday morning? Once again, we're telling you conditions are not going to improve in the morning, and this is why, because the temperatures are dropping down into the 20s area wide. Kennesaw, when you wake up on a Saturday morning, 28 degrees, 28 for Marietta, 28 as we go over to Gwinnett County there in Lawrenceville, go down to Jonesboro, 29 degrees, 29 for Marietta. It looks like the coldest spot in the metro area will be Alpharetta, 27 degrees for, Saturday morning. As we go down south, you can see here in Butts County, 30 degrees there. In Jackson, 29 in Meriwether County, 29 there. Also for Noonan, 27 in Carrollton. However, this is where I want to call your attention to. The Northeast Georgia mountains, you're no stranger to these cold temperatures, but when you have a snowpack that you wouldn't mind getting rid of, you're going to have a long way to go in lifting that temperature up tomorrow, especially when you start out the morning at 24 degrees in Blairsville, 25 in Clayton. Canton, you'll start out your Saturday morning without sunshine at 28 degrees. The models have been rather consistent in indicating that the cloud coverage will be fairly persistent through the first part of the day. We didn't have a lot of sunshine today. In fact, we had only a few rays that managed to break through the clouds, and tomorrow will be much of the same story. However, nothing will fall from those clouds. Maybe a squabble or a sprinkle, but as the front pulls through the area, what will really be the most noticeable aspect of tomorrow's weather will be the winds. Look at these wind speeds. They're sustained at near 15 miles an hour. We could easily crank a gust, especially before we get to the midday period that it exceeds some 30 miles an hour. Here's a grand look at tomorrow's high temperatures. Once again, we need sunshine and we need temperatures to rise rise above freezing to help us start to melt some of that snow. You have the opportunity to go 2 degrees above freezing there in Kennesaw tomorrow, 37 for Rockdale or Riverdale. Go down south, and I do think some communities like Manchester, Thomaston, and Barnesville will easily reach into the low 40s. You even have a shot out there in Jasper County, Monticello, 40 degrees. But it's up north where your temperatures just may not make it. Blue Ridge, 31 degrees. That's your high temperature for tomorrow. The same for Blairsville, 31 degrees, 34 in Dahlonega. So your snowpack will be sustained, and we're going to get even colder as we go into the day on Sunday. Once again, it's going to take us a while to get rid of the clouds tomorrow. Those clouds do dismiss themselves for Sunday, but then cloud coverage starts to move back in on Monday. While you're tempted to look at the high temperatures over the next 7 days, I want to draw your attention to the contrast in the low temperatures. Tonight will drop down to 29 degrees. If there are any power outages that are lingering into tomorrow, if you can make it through tonight, that's good. But tomorrow night, you're going to suffer. So you definitely need to have plans if you are dealing with power outages and you wake up tomorrow morning and find yourselves without power. 21 degrees the starting temperature for Sunday morning, Eric. It looks like winter is large and in charge and not giving up its reign anytime soon.
All right, Jonathan, thanks so much, and stick with us. Our Storm Alert Day coverage continues after the break.
Beginning to move out, but that doesn't mean we are in the clear just yet. Roads are still dangerous and icy, and power.
5 News at 10 starts right now.
It's beginning to move out, but that doesn't mean we are in the clear just yet. Roads are still dangerous and icy, and power outages mounting. Plus, freezing rain is making everything slick.
Fox 5 continues to have reporters from around the area about the road conditions out there. Our team is fanned out across the metro Atlanta area and beyond. Most importantly, we're going to talk about the growing number of power outages that so many of you are experiencing tonight. But first, we say good evening and welcome to Fox 5 News at 10. I'm Tom Haynes.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Thanks for sticking with us on our continuing coverage of this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. Let's get out to Chief Meteorologist David Chanley, who's been monitoring the freezing now on the roads. David.
Yeah, indeed. We've been here all evening with Jonathan Stacy and Lauren Robinson getting you covered. And right now, the precipitation beginning to really wind down, but we're not done with all the effects. I mean, this is downtown Blairsville. Snow still trying to trickle in, but they've had another coating up there here through the evening. Now here in town, we're a little bit foggy, a little bit, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. A little haze working there. 101 Marietta camera looking down on Centennial Olympic Park, where the temperature's been fluctuating. We kind of bumped it up to 34 right now. That's at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The dew point's still at 31, and we didn't have a whole lot of fluctuation in the temperature. We've been hovering in that lower 30s type range. So below freezing there in Gainesville and Canton, over towards Carrollton, up towards Blairsville where they've had the snow. South of there, you're looking at low and mid 30s. As I said, the precipitation itself beginning to wind down. We have a couple areas still reporting some freezing rain. There it goes, skirting off from the east, from the west to the east rather, climbing up I-85. So just a little bit of that liquid precipitation then hitting something that's frozen and freezing on contact, and we certainly have seen our share of that across the region. And then just plain rain down here, cold rain, middle Georgia and down into South Georgia. You can see upstream they're dealing with some snow, and then really on the backside of it we're trying to squeeze out a few more snow showers, but that's going to kick on out, and then there we go with the precipitation long gone after the midnight hour. But the clouds are going to be stubborn and the temperatures are going to be down below freezing. Another thing that's going to happen, we're going to see the wind start picking up, and that's a concern. Meteorologist Jonathan Stacy joins me right now. And Jonathan, we've been monitoring not only the wind that's going to increase and obviously the freezing temperatures, but you've got some numbers that keep climbing when it comes to the power outages.
It is all about the power outages as we say goodbye to this winter storm that has dominated our day. We started out with glee and happiness at the return of snowfall to North Georgia for some in several years. However, things began to change as we got deeper into the afternoon and the threat increased for icing. And then behind that, the winds picked up. I thought I'd start you out like this with a wide view of the United States from coast to coast. There are two states that are colored in red, indicating where we have the highest power outages tonight. California, for much different reasons, as wildfires continue to impact South and Southern California. However, here in North Georgia, it is the other side of the equation, not fire, but ice that is leading to our power outages, and the brunt of those outages being felt right in the heart of the metro. 22,000 customers right now without power in Fulton County, along add to that 16,000 in DeKalb. Go down the road into Clayton County, 12,000, almost 5,000 without power at this hour in Henry County, and we're seeing those power outages now starting to climb up into Dawson, Lumpkin, Habersham counties, even Hall County included in that, with some 16,000 customers just down the road there in Gwinnett County without power. Overall, we have been seeing these numbers tick up, but we have been talking with Georgia Power throughout the afternoon and into the evening, and they have crews on hand. Here's the issue. Crews are working as hard as they can, but they have the winds, and those winds are not at their back. Those winds are rushing in from the north and from the west as this cold front gets ready to pull through the area. And as that happens, the wind speeds will really drive up. We're looking at wind gusts easily topping 40 miles an hour as we wake up on a Saturday morning. What that could do to the power grid and how it could delay getting your power back on if it's already out. We're tracking all of that as we go through this 10 o'clock hour. I'll send it back to you, Tom and Courtney.
Sounds great, John. Jonathan, thanks. The Fox 5 Storm Team has been saying it all day, but the power outages are really shaping up to be a big story tonight.
Georgia Power says that they have over 90,000 people in the dark right now. That number could very well grow overnight. Fox 5's Alexa Liaco is in a neighborhood blanketed in the dark tonight. Alexa?
Well, those power outages have, even in the neighborhood that we're at, doubled in size over the last hour. And it's really eerie. It's so calm and quiet and pitch black. But just in the last few minutes, even from the moments we were live about 15 minutes ago until now, the rain has started up again. It's a very light, kind of misty rain, but you can definitely feel it coming down, and that's going to create even more problems on the roads. The good news here in this neighborhood, at least nobody's really out at this time except for those power crews. Georgia Power said they have at least 1,000 different neighborhood sites across the state that they're working to assess how to fix the power and get it back on. They're going to try to update their website as soon as they can, but they have to get out physically to every single one of those sites and make an assessment of why the power is out. We were out in Candler Park earlier this evening where a tree had come down onto a power line and knocked out power to about 1,200 people. And Georgia Power said that's going to be extremely common as we see refreezing of all that moisture and that rain that had hit the trees and then kind of was dripping off. Well, it froze again and made those branches heavier. We have one of those branches here to kind of show you. It's turned into a slushy mess, and the crystals are really beautiful, the icicles hanging off of it, but that water makes the leaves so much heavier when it's frozen. You can kind of see that these even are kind of clinking together. And that is what snaps these branches off. You can see this branch just freshly broke off. And as we were setting up here, more branches from this really large tree kind of cracked off and fell behind us. And you can see this all fell on top and fell into the middle of the road here. And things like this are going to be all over Georgia neighborhoods tonight as these trees get heavier and heavier as everything refreezes, creating another road hazard on top of the really slushy, icy conditions that we're going to see right now. The roads here are really wet and slick. Even walking down the street can be a little tough if you're not making sure to plant your feet while you walk. Georgia Power did want to assure people they have crews working throughout the night to get their power back on because they know the temperatures are only going to go down. People are going to be without their heat. So that can be, a very scary situation. But they wanted to urge people still, even if the power's out and you want to check out and see if there's a tree down in your neighborhood, please stay inside. Keep the heat inside your home. They really don't want people to be out in the neighborhood, especially in the dark or those early morning hours where it's harder to see the possible hazards that are in your neighborhood. We spoke with Georgia Power a little bit earlier, and here's some other advice they had for people.
Precipitation stops, that's the best case scenario. That allows us to get back out there again. While we're seeing mostly wet roadways on our interstates and state routes at the present time, what can happen overnight if we can't get that layer of brine applied again, which we are going to do whether it's raining or not.
So they really want people to stay indoors, whatever kind of precipitation comes down. Right now, we're again seeing that light rain start to shower again. We had a moment where it was nice, it was quiet, and there was nothing coming down from the sky. It was very peaceful and a little bit warmer, but now we can really feel it's getting cold and settling in out here. But again, we haven't seen crews out here yet, so this neighborhood could very well be in the dark for quite a bit longer. But Georgia Power said, hang on, they will get to everybody and try to get everybody's heaters back up and running.
Yeah, it was great just a couple hours ago, Alexa, when you were able to report that those people in Candler Park had their power restored. Just hearing how grateful they were with the crews who came out. They've been working so hard all throughout the day, so it's good to see that that's being recognized.
Yeah, especially in these treacherous conditions out there. Alexa, thanks.
And you can follow along with our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app for your smartphone. Download it now so you can keep up to date with the latest, even if you lose power. We'll be streaming our live coverage as well as updating weather closings around the clock. Follow it all on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local. Well, GDOT says crews have been working around the clock treating roads.
It says that it has spread brine all over the place, a salt and water mixture, to help keep ice from sticking to the roadways. GDOT says that its goal today was to remove enough snow off of the roadways so that they could get back out onto the roads tonight and apply another layer of brine to roads and interstates and state routes. GDOT says that the precipitation determines its decision on how to treat roads.
If the precipitation stops, that's the best case scenario. That allows us to get back out there again. While we're seeing mostly wet roadways on our interstates and state routes at the present time, what can happen overnight if we can't get that layer of brine applied again, which we are going to do whether it's raining or not.
GDOT says it will help if it's not raining, because if the roads get a little bit drier, then that brine will stick better and keep the roads from developing black ice. Roads are, of course, a huge concern across the entire metro area,
including in Cobb County, where crews have been busy treating and clearing roads. That is where we find Fox 5's Denise Dylan tonight. And Denise, we've been saying it all throughout the day. Stay off the roads if at all possible. Are people heeding that warning there?
That is right. Pretty much. I've seen very light traffic, at least around the Marietta area, which is good news. And more good news, it's not raining hard here in Marietta anymore. There's really a light mist in the air, but things are icing over. Take a look at the parking lot I am standing in. It's just covered in ice and it is slick. And I want to show you this tree over here. There are icicles 2 to 3 inches long hanging from each of the leaves on this tree. It's actually kind of pretty if you take a look at it. Cobb Fire has sent me some video of what their day looked like, and they have had a very busy day. I'd like to show you that video now. They said that they have run so many accident and stranded motorist calls that they are now having to prioritize their calls. They said they've also worked a number of trees down, blocking roadways that they have had to go out and clear. And they are urging everyone, like we've been saying, to stay off the roads, because as these temperatures drop, the roads are going to freeze. They also urge everybody to be prepared for any kind of power outages. Right now, in Cobb County, there are pockets of outages, but nothing widespread. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen or won't potentially happen. Cobb Fire officials say, be prepared for it. Make sure you've got some flashlights handy, make sure your phone is charged, and have plenty of blankets nearby, because if your power goes out, your heat will too, so you might as well be prepared just in case.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Well, with so many power outages out there, adding insult to injury, the fact that it's like cold, wet, and messy, and now the lights go off. All good advice, Denise. Thanks so much. Atlanta Fire rescued a child today after he went over an embankment while sledding. This happened on Northcliffe Drive. Medics rushing the child to the hospital with a lower leg injury. Crews said that they had to build a couple of rope systems to get him out. They said that thankfully he wasn't in the water. They say hypothermia was still a consideration because of the weather.
Don't change the channel. Fox 5 will stay right here, continuing our coverage of this winter storm and its aftermath in just minutes. We'll be back.
things in the sky a little too dicey. Thousands of flights have been canceled at Hartsfield-Jackson today.
And even a few ground stops have been issued. Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo has been at the airport all throughout the day. And Rob, you've talked with a lot of travelers who are understandably frustrated amidst all of these delays.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Courtney. A lot of travelers actually at this point have given up and gone home. There have been more than 1,400 canceled flights throughout the course of the day. And I want to give you a look around the terminal here, the domestic side. A lot of people are camped out hoping for a glimmer of hope, some good news, but actually the crowd of people hanging out here has really thinned out. This mess really started early this morning, not long after the snow started falling. I want to give you a look at a picture of a scene out on the runway. The pilot reported an engine problem and aborted takeoff just before 9 this morning. An airport spokesperson says 4 people were hurt in the emergency evacuation, and one of them had to be taken to the hospital. That completely shut down the airport for a while. But throughout the day and into the night, the source of the delays and the headaches here has been the weather. Nearly 1,500 flights, as I mentioned, have been canceled throughout the course of the day. There were off and on ground stops as crews worked to clear the taxiways and runways and de-ice all of those planes. Right now, the FAA has a ground delay in place, an average of 300 minutes. A little while ago, I met a pair of young travelers from Canada. They say they were shocked at the amount of snow and that caused so many problems.
Tiring. We woke up really early, 8 a.m., and then we came early to the airport 11 because our flight was originally at 2, but it got delayed multiple times. And then we entered the plane, and the plane had to get canceled because of the black ice.
And those are 2 very frustrated young travelers. Their final destination wasn't even Atlanta. They ended up having to get off here and figure something out. It's been the case with so many people, not only here on the domestic side, but also on the international side. These people going on very long, complex trips that they've planned for months and months, maybe even years. And they've had to quickly figure out something else as this weather situation has deteriorated and will continue to deteriorate into the night. So this is something we're going to keep our close eye on down here at the airport, but a lot of people, as I mentioned, have already kind of headed home, realizing they might not be getting off the ground tonight.
Yeah, and when you make plans, 3 months, a year in advance, you can't anticipate a storm like this, so it's really frustrating and disappointing for so many people.
You said, Rob, those 2 little travelers were so frustrated, but they were also so well-spoken. My goodness, they really summed it up for all the people there in this frustrating situation at Hartsfield-Jackson.
Yeah, and at least the airport is warm and dry where you are.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, Rob, thanks. Conditions on the roads are so bad, Marta suspended bus service today. The transit agency says that service will remain suspended in the morning, too. Rail service will continue to operate on a weekend schedule. The streetcar will also remain suspended.
Want to check in now with Fox 5's Kim Loeffler, who has been in the Rockdale area.
Yeah, and Kim, we've already started to see some down wires where you are.
Yeah, well, here in Rockdale County, it is certainly looking a lot quieter than what we've seen here over the last 2 hours. If you take a look behind me, the power crews actually just pulled out within the last 5 minutes, but they were working on that power line there right by the intersection because an accident, according to Conyers police, caused the power line to fall onto the interstate. And if you actually take a look at some video, we have some video from a couple hours ago when that power line was on the interstate there, and both sides of the interstate here of I-20 on Highway 138 were closed for several hours, but crews really did work pretty quickly to get that restored. Now, just down the road from where we are right now, also here in Conyers, we did see a bridge that was closed off, and it's been closed all day, and the city of Conyers did that out of an abundance of caution because bridges do form ice more quickly than some of the other side roads since air can flow both above and below it. But we did speak with one gentleman who owns a towing company who was out and about just seeing if anyone need help a little bit earlier today, and he told us that people really were heeding the warning to stay off the road.
Just driving around. Yeah, most people took heed to the caution last night and they stayed at home. We've been out here since like 5 o'clock this morning and we barely seen anybody, man, on the road. Now that the weather has kind of stopped snowing just a little bit, most people have started like come out now, but still the majority of people, like they stayed in.
And certainly we are seeing more people on interstates than we are on some of the side roads, like where that bridge was. And some of the concern on some of those side roads is the amount of ice that can form in that area from all the water and slush we've been seeing. In fact, we're parked in a parking lot just off the interstate here, and this is a really good example of what you can see on some of those side roads. You can see just how icy and just slushy and what a mess it is in this parking lot. I've even slipped a couple times even walking over to this location. This is what drivers have to deal with on some of these side streets. So that is why officials are saying right now, if you do not need to be out, just stay home until conditions improve. Of course, we're going to be out here throughout the night, and we'll keep you updated both on air and online. For now, live in Rockdale County, Kim Luffler, Fox 5 News.
All right, be careful out there. Kim, thanks for the perspective from where you are. As Jonathan mentioned earlier this evening, it started out beautiful and fun. And you could see just that in this video we got earlier this afternoon. The dogs love the snow, don't they?
We've been saying it all day. The dogs and the babies had the best time today. But we continue to monitor the impacts to the roads, to the airport, to all of it as the night goes on. We'll be right here. Stay with us.
We've been getting tons of viewer pictures all day long, some definitely fun and festive.
But others demonstrate just how dangerous this weather can be. Fox 5's Eric Perry joins us now in studio with a look. Eric, our viewers got some really incredible pictures that they decided to share with us.
Yeah, I would guesstimate about hundreds of people sent in viewer videos, pictures, and we love them all. Let's start with the fun and festive and maybe even funky. This is Fayetteville, from Fayetteville. Sent us this picture of their pet turkey's first snow, and they say they look so majestic. I haven't seen that one. This is probably my favorite picture of the day. Brittany Scott sending this picture in of her little one in Noonan, 10-month-old son, seeing snow for the first time. The hand there, just in awe. Another little baby there, adorable pictures of Zayden making his very first snow angel, trying to stay warm, probably trying to figure out what is going on. And even the four-legged friends there, the furry ones, jumping for joy in the snow. We've seen a lot of animals as well. Just one more, Jax and his little there. Look at that little face and those teeth in that sweater. Of course, we're so grateful for all of our viewers sending in the hundreds of pictures and videos. You can keep them coming. We're looking at all of them. You might see them on our website or even make air there as well. Courtney, Tom, of course, just exciting to see, and we want to keep those pictures coming to the mobile app as well.
Yeah, it was really great to get so many pictures in from viewers. It gave us a perspective in all different parts of the metro area that we can't necessarily capture with our crews.
Yeah, and what a great opportunity for people with kids, animals, and animals to capture some of these memories, because these storms, at least here, don't happen very often.
Might be a few more years before another one like this.
Eric, thanks.
All right, let's bring in the chief now, Chief Meteorologist David Shanley.
Yeah, we're going to be dealing with some snow that's out there across metro Atlanta and North Georgia, mainly in the mountains. But as we go forward in time, the deep freeze is going to stick around. That's going to be some problems in the morning on the area roads. We'll talk about that next. Chief Meteorologist David Shanley back with you on the storm alert day. Things winding down, but this scene being repeated. Yeah, we got a little more snow up in extreme North Georgia, and roads are getting kind of crusty as the temperatures continue to fall. We've seen that around the area. A little bit of a fog going on at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Temperature just a degree above the freezing level. We've been in the low in the mid-30s all day and night, and that's going to continue. We'll find falling temperatures, I think, by morning down below freezing. That's where we are in Gainesville and and Canton and Carrollton at this hour. Even Griffin checking in at 32. But a bulk of the precipitation, that old freezing rain we were putting up with, has kind of exited our area, moving up the I-85 way into the upstate of South Carolina. So, yeah, this is about over with right now. Now it becomes a freezing issue, and you can see that for the most part, all the heavier rains down here in middle and south Georgia, a few lingering snow showers up there across parts of northern Alabama. They may try to pinwheel across northwest Georgia. Shouldn't add to a whole lot. Passing flurries of stuff by early tomorrow morning. Now, the roads, a different story. Meteorologist Lauren Robinson joins us. And Lauren, welcome to the Fox 5 Storm Team. This is day one for you. And what a day to come rolling on in here.
You know, that's exactly right. This was a very exciting weather day for my first day here at Fox 5. But we did get all of that snow this morning. And even though the snow has stopped falling, that does not mean that the roads are good. We saw on average around 1 to 5 inches of snowfall across North Georgia. I measured 3 inches of snow here at Fox 5, but even though that snow has passed, we're still looking for hazardous road travel, and that's going to be because of the road temperatures. They're freezing, around freezing, right below freezing. That means any sort of remaining precipitation, and that's going to be refreeze or maybe even some freezing drizzle, that's going to continue to cause slick conditions. So as we take a look at some road temperatures around our map, that's going to be Highway 19 at State Route 60. We're looking at road temperatures around 31 degrees there. As we move our way to the southwest a bit, I-75 and State Route 120, road temperatures around 33 degrees there, just a tad bit above freezing, which is 32 degrees, but still hazardous out there. Then as we take our way into I-75 at 10th Street, we're looking at road temperatures around 35 degrees, but all of these areas, we really just want to be paying attention to that refreeze. That's also going to cause some black ice, some slick conditions, and that's really going to linger through the rest of the night tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So with more on what we're going to expect, Chief Meteorologist Dave Chanley, what do we have out there going for you?
Well, we're certainly going to find freezing temperatures, and you can catch Lauren tomorrow night and Sunday. She'll be here at 6, 10, and 11, so make plans to do that. Hey, let's look at the snowfall totals as they come rolling in. Right across the swath of Metro Atlanta, we had 1 to 3 inches. Out to the east and out to the west, when the snow began earlier today, it came down at a large rate, and they had as much as 3 to 4 inches there around Carrollton and just north of Eatonton there in Greene County. And then up here in the mountains, there's some pockets where we got 3 to 4 inches of rain. In between, some areas a little more, some just a little bit less. The other totals we've been looking at is the ice accumulation totals, and around Metro Atlanta as much as 1/4 of an inch. Some isolated heavier amounts up I-85 way, and that's the concern overnight tonight with that ice hanging on trees, power lines. You get some wind going, and we've seen those power outages rise big time. So here we go, hour by hour through the rest of the night. Precipitation's gone by early tomorrow morning, waking up to those freezing temperatures. But the clouds really stubborn. Not going to see a whole lot of sunshine, therefore not a lot of melting come tomorrow. We'll try to get back up into the mid to upper 30s by Saturday afternoon. But as quickly as we do that, we start falling again. It gets cold. The wind is kind of quiet, and then it starts picking up again Saturday morning on into Saturday afternoon. Some gusts up here, 15, 20, 25 miles an hour. We'll have to watch for more power outages up that way. And then by the time we get into your Saturday night and Sunday morning, it gets bone-chilling cold. We got some teens and lower 20s to deal with to start the day. Here's that extended outlook, and we're cold, and we're still calling for a storm alert day tomorrow. No, not for any more precipitation, but because the way we're going to start it with all the freezing temperatures and the stuff on the roadways. Then it turns breezy, and it's downright cold the rest of the weekend and into next week. We'll update that for you here in just a minute.
Sounds great, David. Thanks. And the Fox 5 Storm Team has been reminding all throughout the day about power outages really shaping up to be a big issue tonight.
Yeah, that's why we've asked you to download the Fox Local app on your phone so that you can watch us all day, all night, anytime. Georgia Power says that they have over 90,000 people in the dark right now. That number could very well grow overnight.
Fox 5's Alexa Liaco has been monitoring some of the power outages. Alexa, what is your location now, and what's the status of the power in that neighborhood?
Well, we're in the city of Decatur, kind of right in between the Kirkwood and the Oakhurst neighborhoods. And about 500 families here are without power right now. And just a couple of blocks over, there's another cluster of about 500 customers that are without power. Both of these areas have been without power now for the last couple of hours. So you can imagine a couple hours in your home without power to heat your house is going to get a little chilly, and especially if crews can't get there overnight. But Georgia Power is assuring people that they have tree trimming crews and power restoration crews that will work overnight tonight throughout the entire state to try and restore those around 90,000 people who are without power. And we've seen tree branches down all throughout this neighborhood here. Some of those tree branches just cracking right off the trees because they're too heavy with all that frozen rain and moisture that then crystallized onto the branches, and they've snapped off, creating road hazards here as well. So definitely, if you can stay home overnight and into the morning, do so, because the roads are slushy. There's a lot of tree branches out here, and for the time being, it is very, very dark. I'll send it back to you.
Last thing you want today certainly is for the lights and the power to go out and the heat. Certainly so frustrating, and we hope the lights come back on soon for those folks. Alexa, thanks. You can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, power or no power, right on your phone with the Fox Local app for your smartphone. You can download it now so you can keep up with the latest even if you lose power. We'll be streaming our live coverage as we update weather closings around the clock. Follow it all on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local.
We've been saying it all day, stay off the roads. This is the exact reason why we've been seeing crashes just like this all throughout the day. And as night falls, those temperatures will continue to drop, leading to more ice, which unfortunately may lead to more accidents like this one. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
We continue to monitor road conditions in parts of our area.
Yeah, they're expected to freeze overnight, making driving difficult. Fox 5's Eric Malk has been live for us in Gainesville. Eric, how are conditions out there now?
You know, the precipitation has slowed down a lot. We're just getting this really light dusting right now. You can hardly feel it, which is a big contrast to just a couple hours ago. We had a lot of sleet, a lot of freezing rain coming down. Right now, the precipitation is staying very light, and we're hoping that will, mean there's not going to be a lot of accumulation on the roads right now. That will then freeze as the temperature continues to drop. There's been a lot of freezing going around here in Hall County. As you can see these trees, there's a nice little thick layer of ice all over all the branches here, and that's pretty much everything. In fact, there's a vacuum machine right here next to us here at the gas station. That's just covered in ice, and we're just hoping the same isn't going to be true of the roads, but county officials here are warning people that that could be very likely. Now, we did just see maybe about 20 minutes ago a Hall County plow truck come through here, so they're still hard at work going through, plowing, salting, putting down this calcium mix, they said, wherever they can to keep the roads clear. So that mix seems to be working. We haven't seen a lot of ice on the roads around us, although this Monroe Drive here is still shut down because of the hilly terrain there. It's just too steep. They don't want cars going down there and getting stuck and not being able to come back out or losing control down the hill. But again, right now, roads not looking too bad because those plows are still continuously going, making the rounds here and trying to treat the roads to keep the ice from growing. So we're hoping that stays that way. But if it's not treated, again, there's ice everywhere, and that ice could easily get onto the roads if we see more precipitation here. But yeah, guys, we're just continuing to monitor out here.
All right, Eric, thanks so much for the latest update from there. And it wasn't all shoveling and de-icing. A lot of people had a lot of fun in the snow today, including Blooper, the Braves mascot. He went streaking. Yes, you heard that correctly. Where are his clothes? Blooper, what are you doing? Why, Blooper, why? He just was streaking right through Truist Park, right where the field would be underneath that thick blanket of snow. You know, running through the snow without clothes on, not something you can do every day. Here in Atlanta, Blooper took advantage, and we're glad to see it. Well, the spring semester is just getting underway at UGA. In-person classes and activities were canceled today, but that didn't stop people on campus from having a lot of fun. You can see students running around in the snow, and the campus looks so beautiful, all blanketed in white. How about a real-life Olaf? This was the scene in Gwinnett County earlier today. A family in Gwinnett made their own Olaf snowman. The little girls who helped bring him to life took a pose next to their snowy creation. Love the scarf, too. Well, don't change the channel. News Edge at 11 is just minutes away. The latest on the storm and whether we could see some melting tomorrow. We'll have everything you need to know to plan your weekend coming up.
this exceeded my expectations, and so it's been great to get out and walk and see how beautiful it is.
We've heard from residents across Metro Atlanta, and they've loved the winter wonderland today, but tonight, an icy nightmare looms on the horizon. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us for this special edition of News Edge 11 on this Storm Alert Day. I'm Tom Haynes.
I'm Christine Spiro. Many of us woke up to inches of snow outside our front doors, but tonight we're closely watching icy roads, freezing rain, and widespread power outages. So let's get right to Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chanley with the details we need to know tonight. David?
Yeah, it was kind of fun this morning watching all that snow fall. It's kind of quiet, picturesque. Folks are playing in it, and now it's just kind of a mess out there because you're getting this. You got some of the melting going on. You've had that freezing rain. Now we're getting freezing temperatures, and roads are getting really slick over a lot of spots. And we're dealing with some power outages. We'll talk more about that here in just a sec. Kind of foggy in town. Look at that. We're looking right down on Centennial Olympic Park, so it's kind of cloudy. 33 is where our temperature is. We've been in the low and the mid-30s all day long, and we're going to be hovering right around that freezing mark in a lot of spots. Colder up to the north. There's your 32 in Gainesville and Athens and Blairsville with the snow on the ground. 31 out in Carrollton, but got mid-30s down here on the south side. But there's still some snow on the ground out to the east of Metro Atlanta. Fox 5 Live Viper, a whole lot quieter now than it's been all day long. We're finally seeing the last of the freezing rain, the purple there on the map, move on out. Not necessarily drier air moving in, just lack of precipitation. We look kind of back up to our northwest, and we still see a few snow showers, but they're just kind of just that, some snow showers. Shouldn't add to any of the depth of snow that we have out there, the accumulations. But here's what we're going to be watching tonight. We're just going to be in the clouds. We're going to see the temperature hover right there in the 30s, but the wind's going to try to pick up. Not only that will knock the wind chill to an uncomfortable level, it also may play some roles in power outages. Meteorologist Jonathan Stacy has been monitoring that here in the course of the evening. And Jonathan, we've got these numbers that continue to climb.
It's really a 1-2 punch, David Chanley. We're talking about temperatures that are going up, or excuse me, temperatures that are going down, and as those temperatures go down, the winds will be going up. It has been a long day in the Fox 5 Storm Center, but here's the deal, folks. We're not done with the threat just yet in terms of the threat for those high winds as we get into the morning hours, and that joining forces with the ice that is clinging to power poles and power lines across the area. There could be some definite problems. As we take a look at the power outages from sea to shining sea, there are two states that really are brightening up here as power outages have exceeded some 50,000. That is the state of Georgia and the state of South Carolina, or I should say the state of California, where they're dealing with wildfires in Southern California. But for us, it has been the other side of the equation. We're talking about ice, not fire, and that ice has led to numerous outages across the area. We've seen only an uptick in numbers. The numbers have stabilized a bit over the past hour. When I checked in at 10 o'clock, we were standing at 16,000 customers without power in Metro Atlanta, specifically looking at Fulton County. Going over to Cobb County, those numbers are a bit higher, 18,000 customers, some 12,000 down there in Clayton County, dropping down to 2,000 customers there in Henry County. Those outages now starting to climb to the north, affecting folks in Gilmer County all the way up to Habersham, Lumpkin, and Dawson counties right now, dealing with power outages as we speak. This is just not a night in which you would like to be without power. Temperatures are dropping below freezing pretty much area-wide. Now, as we go through the night, what you will notice is an uptick in the winds. The winds are in the single digits right now. However, those gusts will really hype up as we get into the morning hours. We're looking at 20-mile, 25-mile-per-hour gusts across the south side and into the metro area. As you get into the peaks and the ridges across northeast Georgia, you could easily get a wind gust near 35 to 40 miles an hour. Once again, if that does not impact the power grid, what it will do, it will certainly delay power crews from restoring power to those who've lost it overnight. It's going to be a long night to go and likely a treacherous morning for anyone who wants to get outside. So with that said, Tom and Christine, let's check in on what crews are seeing across the region tonight.
Yeah, as you said, Jonathan, tonight is not the night you want to lose power, so we hope that those folks get the lights back on soon. We have a team of reporters out there to take you through this wintry mess that's been left behind around the metro area and a look at the latest conditions on the ground.
We start with Fox 5's Alexa Liaco, who joins us from Atlanta, where many families, Alexa, are hoping they won't have to spend the night in the dark.
Yeah, the street lights pitch black out here, so it's really treacherous conditions for anyone that's trying to drive. We did hear a house that had its generator out. I'm going to take this earpiece out. We're having some feedback here, but you can see the roads very slushy, and the problem that we've been talking about all evening, the trees becoming heavy from that slushy moisture and snow, and then cracking off and falling into the street. And that's happened here. And you can see this is also creating a driving hazard for people if this does not get cleared by the morning time when people may be trying to get out and about and back to the grocery store. This could definitely trip up some cars. And I want to show you a close-up. This has been kind of cool to look at of what is exactly happening to the trees. You can see the ice crystallizing on the branches, and that's what makes them heavier and weighs down the leaves. You can see they kind of almost look like Christmas ornaments, and they kind of clink together. They're so heavy with ice, and that causes these branches to just snap off. You can see this freshly snapped off, and as we were setting up tonight, one of these branches kind of fell off right behind us. And Georgia Power told us that it's scenarios like this that can cause entire neighborhoods to completely go into the dark if those branches fall onto a power line. Where we are right now, we're in the city of Decatur, right in between Kirkwood and Oakhurst, and about 500 homes are out in this immediate radius. Just a few blocks away from us as well, another 500 homes, up to 90,000 customers tonight without power. That means many without heat. We heard only about, there's one house on this street that I heard a generator running. Otherwise, it is completely silent. And the other thing that people said when we were talking to some women who were walking around one of the blocks here with a flashlight is that the Georgia Power website, the crews are working as fast as they can to assess every single neighborhood. Georgia Power said they have 1,000 sites of power outages that they have to go out and assess in person to figure out what's causing that power outage. So it's going to take them a long time to be able to update their website and let you know how much time your power outage is going to last for. So they asked for your patience, and they wanted to let everybody know that there are crews out working 24/7, not only for tree trimming and to clear those trees out of the roads, but also to get that power back on and the heat to all the families tonight who are really hoping it doesn't last too much longer.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much ice either to cause those branches to fall and power lines fall, and then we see power outages like this. Alexa, thank you so much. Roads are a big concern as well across the entire metro.
Yeah, including in Cobb County, where crews have been busy treating and clearing the roadways all day. Fox 5's Denise Dylan is live for us in that neck of the woods. And Denise, you've been out there with those guys as they've come and gone all day, some of them changing shifts from morning to night, keeping those roads clear and safe.
Yeah, they have been very busy. They actually started working early Thursday, pre-treating those roads, and then throughout the day they've been laying down a salt sand mixture and working in 12-hour shifts. It really has been quite a day here in Cobb County with all that great snow we had this morning, then that afternoon rain, which wasn't quite as much fun as all the snow was. But now the big concern is the ice. I want to show you this tree right here. Take a look. You can see these 2 to 3 inch icicles just hanging off every leaf on this tree. And it's not just on the trees, it's definitely on the ground. Standing here in this parking lot, look at this. It's just covered in ice, and it is very, very slick. I talked to Cobb County Fire a little while ago, and they sent me some video about how their day has been. Very busy for them, just like it has been for the Cobb DOT crews. I want to show you the video that they sent me. They've had many problems, some of it with the ice. They sent me some video showing many of the accidents that they worked, from crashes to stranded motorists, and they said that they have had so many calls that are now having to prioritize which calls they can respond to first. They've also worked plenty of downed trees, and they believe this isn't going to get better anytime soon. They really say they think it's going to get worse overnight, so they are encouraging everybody, please stay off the roads. And they also are telling people to be prepared in case you lose power. Remember, if you lose power, you lose heat. It's going to be very cold in your house, so make sure you have plenty of blankets nearby.
Yeah, hopefully people are heeding the warning, preparing just in case, as you said, Denise, they lose power and can't stay warm overnight. Hopefully things clear up very soon. Let's go ahead and check in now with Fox 5's Kim Luffler from the Rockdale area.
Yeah, and Kim, we've already started to see some downed wires in your area due to that ice.
Well, yeah, here in Rockdale County, things are certainly looking a lot better than they did here a couple hours ago. Just maybe in the last 30 minutes or so, we saw power crews pull out from just behind us there, that roadway, and they were working on that power line, and that's because there was a crash that happened here this evening where one of those power lines actually fell onto I-20. We're right here in Rockdale County, and actually shut down both the east and the westbound lanes for several hours. Now, if you take a look at some video, this is video that we got with that power line on the roadway there. Luckily, crews were able to get everything picked up in about 2 hours or so, and right now both of the roadways are back open, which is some good news. Now, earlier today, we were just down the road here, about a 4-minute drive in Conyers, where there was a bridge blocked off, and the city of Conyers wanted to do that just to have an abundance of caution, since bridges can ice faster than other roadways because the air can flow both above and below it. So they blocked that off earlier today, just in case any ice did form in that area. We did speak with a gentleman who owns a tow truck company who was just going out helping people if they needed any help in this area, and he told us after the snow started falling this morning and then things started tapering off in the afternoon, he didn't see too many people on the roads. Take a listen.
Just driving around, yeah, most people took heed to the caution last night and they stayed at home. We've been out here since like 5 o'clock this morning and we barely seen anybody, man, on the road. Now that the weather has kind of stopped snowing just a little bit, most people have started like come out now, but still the majority of people, like, they stayed in.
Now, if you can see some of the main roads kind of behind me here, they may look pretty clear. Don't really see any of that slush that's on it, but it's really those side roads that we're really concerned about with that black ice forming. And to give you an example of what many people are seeing on some of these side roads, we are parked in a parking lot just by the interstate here, and you can just see how icy this area where we are right now is. And I've actually been slipping around a little bit. I've been coming out to my position for these live shots this evening. So this is what the side roads are looking like in and around this area. So that is why officials are telling people, if you do not need to be on the roads, it's really just not a good idea to be out driving in these conditions, because these are the conditions on the roads that we are seeing. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on how things develop here throughout the night, both on air and online. For now, that's the latest from Rockdale County. Kim Luffler, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, it's so much precipitation today, and then the roads freezing over. Just really going to have to be cautious out there. Kim, thanks so much. You can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app for your smartphone. Download it now so you can keep up with the latest. Even if you lose power, we will stream on that app live coverage and keep you updated on closings around the clock. You can follow it all on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local.
And stay with us. Our storm team coverage will continue right after the break. Well, the storm just not affecting the roadways out there, but over 1,000 flights have been canceled today at Hartsfield-Jackson.
That's where we find Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo tonight. Rob, many travelers understandably frustrated.
I think frustrated is actually an understatement at this point. A lot of them have kind of reached a boiling point, especially the ones who are here at this point. I want to show you the second floor of the atrium here in the domestic terminal. A lot of people have just decided to make a camp here tonight and sleep. One man I talked to, he said he didn't realize that he'd be in this predicament. He called essentially every hotel he could find in Atlanta. He said there was no availability. So there's a lot of stress out here. As you mentioned, more than 1,400 flights were canceled, and this all started earlier today. I want to show you a picture of a scene out on the tarmac. A pilot reported an engine problem and aborted takeoff just before 9 this morning. That flight was headed to Minneapolis. An airport spokesperson says 4 people were hurt in that evacuation, and one of them had to be taken to the hospital. That completely shut down the airport for a while. But then throughout the day and into the night, the source of the delays and the headaches became the weather. Nearly 1,500 flights have been canceled throughout the course of the day, and there were off and on ground stops as crews worked to clear the taxiways and runways and de-ice all of those planes. Right now, the FAA has a ground delay in place, which means there's an average delay of 300 minutes for flights taking off out of Hartsfield-Jackson. Now, a little while ago, I spoke to a man who was in the terminal. He didn't have a flight to catch, but he was experiencing homelessness, and this was the only place he could find to get some warmth. Take a listen.
The shelter, that's what I'm trying to get to right now. But it's warm in the airport, so a lot of people come here because it's warm. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the shelter though.
Yeah. But talk to me. You said you were trying to get to the shelter. What's going on with the buses?
The buses stopped running because the snow. There's too much ice, so they stopped all the buses, every single bus. They stopped everyone though.
And guys, you'll remember there was a crackdown on the presence of people experiencing homelessness inside Hartsfield-Jackson. So we've seen police escorting people out of the terminal throughout the evening. It's a really heartbreaking situation. So we're hoping that these people can at least find somewhere warm to go tonight. Again, Marta hasn't really been an option with the bus troubles there. So there's a lot of people in really tough situations, both who are traveling and just really don't have anywhere warm to stay tonight. Back to you guys.
Yeah, not only the homeless, but I think in general now you have to be a ticketed passenger even to be in the airport terminal,
yeah.
Even though it's a dry, safe place to be, especially on a day like today, Rob, with so many frustrated travelers.
Rob, thanks so much.
Yeah. Stay with Fox 5. Our storm team coverage is going to continue. We're here with you all night, right after the break. The roads have bore the brunt of this winter storm. We're continuing to monitor the road conditions in parts of our area.
They are expected to freeze overnight, making driving difficult. Fox 5's Eric Mock is live in Gainesville. Eric, how are the conditions out there tonight?
Let me tell you guys, just within the last maybe 30 minutes or so, we've seen Hall County trucks that have the plows on the front, and we've also seen GDOT trucks with plows on the front, and also the big tanks of salt, or excuse me, big piles of salt, like these mixtures that they spread out on the road. So they're still going out here. They're still making their rounds, still pre-treating the roads, and still scraping off ice and snow where they can. Now, we want to show you this video that we got earlier today. This was off I-985, right when we got into Gainesville, Hall County area, and there was a car flipped onto its side there. And that car, I mean, it was pretty startling to see that as we were driving by. When we looked at that, you know, it looked like it had gone up the embankment and then just flipped onto its side. And you can kind of see in the video too, police were kind of pushing us away. They didn't want us to be filming on the side of the interstate. But from what little interaction I did have with them, they said no one was injured in that crash. And we saw what appeared to be the driver standing next to the car. So very lucky that no one was injured, because it is a very bad looking crash. But we haven't seen anything like that yet out here, although they have closed about 4 stretches of roads. At one point they had closed 5. They've reopened one of them. So that tells you the conditions have kind of stayed pretty consistent throughout the evening, but they are still worried about the precipitation that could come down later tonight and then refreeze on the road. It's already below freezing again here in Hall County. So if we get a lot of precipitation on the roads, that could easily freeze over and turn into ice. You know, so drivers still have to be careful out there. The worst is not over yet. We're not through this yet. And with the layers of ice that you see on everything around us here, like the trees and every surface, it's not too much of a stretch of the imagination to believe that ice could get on the roads as well. Now, they have opened up a shelter here in Hall County. That's at 881 Dorsey Street. Again, 881 Dorsey Street. They have opened up an emergency shelter if you need to take shelter from the cold and ice that has, you know, descended upon this county. And guys, we're going to continue to monitor the conditions out here and bring you those updates. But I think the same message still stands that we've been telling people all night: stay off the roads.
Yeah, I can't say it enough, really. Eric, thank you so much. Continue to stay with Fox 5. We have continuing coverage of this winter weather and the freeze overnight. After this break, stay with us. We are continuing to monitor road conditions in parts of our area.
And they're expected to freeze overnight, making driving downright difficult. Let's get out to Fox 5's Joy Dukes, who's live in Dawsonville tonight. Joy, you've been tracking and reporting on the conditions out there all day today. How are the conditions right now?
Yeah, Tom, that is exactly right. And you can see they're pretty clear at this point, but take a look here at this road sign up here. It's completely frozen over. That is a physical representation of what we have seen here all day today. From fluffy snow this morning to a frozen tundra this evening, it really has been a day. We know Dawson County Sheriff's deputies and fire crews were very busy throughout the day here responding to calls related to crashes on slick roads. About a dozen power trucks were on standby just across the road here over in one of these plazas, just waiting to respond to any possible downed power lines or power outages, which that has been pretty minimal here at this point, so good news there. And employees at the Kroger location here were busy stocking shelves as it was one of the only grocery stores open in this area. Now, they have since closed. That is why it's a little bit darker out here, and one of those employees actually did tell us that Kroger is paying for those employees to be in hotel rooms tonight, so they will not have to drive far, which is certainly glad to hear that, because we know that the roads are still really wet at this hour. You can kind of see the slush that's been sitting here, and it's going to continue, of course, over the next few hours to get even more close to ice and then finally really freeze over. We can see there are some trucks that are still making their way around. Here's one right now. You can see it looks like they are still plowing any of that slush and snow that's kind of accumulated here on the road. Just about an hour ago, we saw another round of this happening, so it's good to see that they are continuing to monitor this stuff through the night and make sure that they're coming back over it, because we know as the time goes on, of course, there's more slush, the ice is starting to melt a little bit, or it starts to rain again, and so they really do have to go back over what they did initially. So really good to see that. We know conditions, again, are only going to get worse this evening, but we really haven't seen a whole lot of cars out on the road here at this point, which really I think that speaks to the fact that people are listening to and heeding the instructions of county officials, and also the advice that we've given throughout the day here to stay off the roads, to minimize travel, and just to really be smart and be safe as they are continuing to go through this weather outcome here. But that is really the latest that we've seen here so far. Of course, we've been monitoring this all night, and we'll continue to kind of keep an eye on things, but we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
And we're looking at the precipitation kind of winding down. Also winding down will be the temperature. We'll knock it down a few degrees by early tomorrow morning, and that means icing conditions. We'll get into that next.
Well, it's been what we've been talking about all day long. That is this winter storm that we've been through all day today, starting in the overnight hours last night. And a beautiful scene waking up this morning, but it turned into kind of a disaster tonight with all the ice everywhere.
Yeah, we're in this phase where the temperatures have dropped below freezing, and that's the concern overnight. Chief Meteorologist David Shanley is standing by with more details now.
Yeah, here's a great example of what's going on. You go up into Union County and Blairsville. The precipitation's really kind of stopped, but you can kind of see what's happened on the roadways right there. A little bit of a glaze, and yeah, it's refroze for sure. Kind of looks like a postcard, though. Kind of nice and quiet up there in Union County, and quiet it should be. Folks need to be out and about. And then there's a view from our Georgia Power camera. Got a little activity on the downtown connector, and it's cold still. Little freezing rain showing up still, 33. Our temperature didn't waver much through the day today. A little bit of a north-northwest wind, and we expect them to kind of fall down a few more degrees by early in the morning. But the bulk of the precip now has moved on out, so that's some good news there. But embedded in here, some light reports of some freezing rain, a little more of a glaze, even a few snow showers going to try to roll in here from northern Alabama. You kind of see them here. They're fine-tuned over there, but they're over there, and they're very, very light. Not looking for a whole lot in the way of drying through the overnight. And if anything, the wind's going to pick up because these temperatures will settle in the lower 30s, but the wind chill will be right there into the 20s across North Georgia. So power outages are a real thing. Yeah, they're climbing here right in the metro area of all places, where you got some spots there with 16 and 20,000 and nearly 10,000 down there in Clayton County. So Georgia Power, the utility companies doing all that they can, but it may get a little bit worse with that wind picking up and ice on the power lines. We'll talk about what's ahead the rest of the weekend. That's coming your way in about 10 minutes.
All right, David, thanks so much. The Fox 5 Storm Team has been saying it all day. The power outages are shaping up to be part of the big story tonight as well.
Georgia Power says that they have over 75,000 people in the dark right now. The good news is that's actually down from last night. Let's get out to Fox 5's Alexa Liacco, who joins us now live. Alexa, you're standing in the dark in one of those neighborhoods that lost power. Have you seen any sign of Georgia Power crews rolling through there?
Unfortunately, we haven't, and we've combed up and back or through these streets over here. We're right in between Kirkwood and Oakhurst. There's about 500 homes in this neighborhood, right in these immediate area where there's no power. And then a few blocks down the street as well, another about 500 homes without power. We're getting into those really cold hours of the night right now. And one of the neighbors actually just came out, asked us what we were doing out here. And she said that it was very frightening because, and she's not sure if this is why the power went out in her neighborhood, but a lot of these tree branches just started snapping off in the last several hours, and you can see them splayed out into the street here. She said many of those branches actually also fell on the other side of the fence into her yard where her dogs were outside playing, and she said it was really quite alarming. Georgia Power let us know earlier when we were in the Candler Park neighborhood that tree branches that get really heavy because of that moisture freezing on them and then snapping and falling onto power lines can be a huge problem and a huge source of power outages in storm situations like this one. In the Candler Park neighborhood, neighbors were only without power for maybe a couple of hours at most. We've already been here for a few hours, and we haven't seen any crews out here on these streets. And so, you know, neighbors getting a little concerned that they won't have heat overnight or into the morning as we see those temperatures dip even further. The good news is the precipitation, though, has stopped out here. Really just a fine mist coming down right now, but the streets really sloshy and really treacherous for any of the crews even getting through here. Georgia Power did assure people they will have tree trimmers and power crews going through neighborhoods 24/7 over the next couple of days to try and get everyone's power on as soon as possible. They do ask people to check their website and the power outage map, but there may be a lag with that website, unfortunately, because crews have to get out to each of the power outage sites to assess what's going on in each specific neighborhood before they can put a time estimate on when that power might be restored. So you may be waiting a while to see that time estimate, and then all of a sudden the power snaps back on, because once the crews get out out there, they can usually fix things pretty quickly if it's just something like a tree branch on a power line. If it's a down power line, they said that's going to take maybe a couple of hours or more to fix. So a lot of people left in the dark right now, and even though of course it's nighttime, without the street lights it is quite eerie, and unfortunately so many people left, more importantly, without heat right now. Back to you.
All right, Alexa, thanks. Of course, a storm like this is having a huge impact on travel as well. Not only the roads, but in the skies, too.
Many flights at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport have either been canceled or delayed. That's where we find Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo tonight.
Hey guys, good evening to you both. Well, the good news is the ground delay has been lifted here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, but the bad news is so many people's flights have already been canceled, so they're sleeping here tonight. I want to show you what the atrium is looking like here at the domestic terminal. There's people just sleeping here on the second floor as they're coming to the realization that they're not going to get in the air, at least tonight, maybe not even tomorrow. That is the scene right there. A lot of people with families sleeping. I spoke to one man who said once he realized that he was going to be stuck here for the night, he started calling around to every hotel in Atlanta he could find, and there was just no rooms available that he could easily get to. So a lot of these people are now in this predicament. A lot of them are pretty upset that they have to spend the night on the floor, but this is the scene right here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport after, as you mentioned, 1,400 flights were canceled, about 500 more delayed, and just the bad news here is just that people are kind of stranded until the weather improves and they can get on their flights to wherever they're going. Back to you.
Yeah, it's just something you can't control when Mother Nature, gives us something like what we've been dealing with today, Rob. I feel their frustration. Thanks so much. Yeah. Let's check in with Fox 5's Kim Leffler, who joins us from the Rockdale area.
Yeah, and Kim, we've already started to see some down wires in your area, but last time we checked in with you, seems like things are improving there.
Yeah, and that's still the case at this hour here in Rockdale County. This is a spot where just a few hours ago, this portion of I-20 near Highway 138 was closed off, and power crews pulled out within the last hour working on that power line right at that intersection that you see there. A big power line was fallen onto the interstate, onto I-20 here after a wreck early this evening. Power crews worked pretty quickly to get that power line off of the interstate there. So the interstate was closed for about 2 hours or so right in this area, and traffic was being diverted. But if you can see the roadways there, they actually do look pretty good and pretty clear, but it's these side roads that we and officials are very concerned about. And we're over here in a parking lot just off of I-20, and this is really what a lot of these side roads are experiencing in this area. You can see just kind of this slushy, icy mess, and it's really slippery, and there's a couple spots where I've even slipped coming out to our live location here. But this is what you'll find on some of those side roads, and this is why officials have been so adamant about staying home tonight until these conditions improve. And of course, we're going to keep you updated throughout the evening, both on air and online. That's the latest from here in Rockdale County. Kim Leffler, Fox 5 News.
All right, Kim, glad things are on the up and up there. You can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere in the Fox Local app from your smartphone. Download it now so you can keep up with the latest if you lose power. We'll be streaming our live coverage as well as updating weather closings around the clock. Follow it all on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local.
Stay with Fox 5. Our storm coverage continues after this break. The roads, of course, always a big concern across the entire metro area here.
Yeah, including up in Cobb County, where crews have been busy treating and clearing the roadways up there the best they can. That's where we find Fox 5's Denise Dylan, who's been with road crews all day long. Denise, what are you seeing there now?
A little bit of mist in the air, and things are getting icy here in Cobb. Just take a look at this parking lot. It's very slick. Cobb DOT has been running trucks all day since very early this morning, and we have some video from when we were out at the DOT facility a little bit earlier. Crews have been treating roads, clearing off the slush, and treating them again using a salt sand mixture with small pebbles in it to help with the traction. And they will be out here all night long while they are encouraging and hoping that everyone will stay off the roads. They say if you absolutely have to drive and you do see one of the DOT trucks out, and there are many of them, make sure you give them plenty of room, staying at least 100 feet behind the trucks to give them space to do their jobs and get those roads in good condition for the morning.
All right, Denise, yeah, they're doing God's work out there, really, to make sure if any of us have to get out on the roads that hopefully we won't have any issues. Denise, thank you so much.
Yeah, they've been working all day long, coming in shifts to clear those roadways for folks. So hats off to those crews. Stay with Fox 5. This is a look from earlier today up in Fayetteville, where the snow blanketed that area as well. Our storm team coverage will continue right after the break. Well, we continue to monitor the road conditions out there. That's the big story of the night tonight. They're expected to freeze overnight, making driving difficult.
Fox 5's Eric Mock is live in Gainesville. How are conditions there, Eric?
Guys, it stayed pretty consistent over the last couple hours. That precipitation has really died down to almost nothing, but we've still got that layer of ice over every surface here in Gainesville, Hall County. Now we've seen, again, more GDOT trucks coming through here, more Hall County trucks coming through, so they're still out here, you know, making sure the roads are clear, scraping off. They're laying out these salt mixtures onto the road to try to melt any ice that could be on the road. So I think that's why we're seeing, you know, cars able to move through these roads pretty smoothly, although they still have Monroe Drive shut down here because of the hills that are there. They don't want people going down there. But again, I just want to show you how thick some of the ice is here. I've been looking at this for a couple hours now, and I've been wanting to do this whole time. So we're going to do this. We're trying to rip it out of the ice. Look at the ice that just left behind from that, okay? I mean, this is what the snow has become here, these thick sheets of ice that have just now covered the area here. And now, thankfully, we don't see a lot of this on the road yet, but they're still warning that if we get more precipitation, and there it goes, if we get more precipitation, that kind of stuff could form on the roads. So we're not in the clear yet. Everybody needs to heed the warning and just stay home if you can, stay off the roads because we're not in the clear.
Yeah, the fewer people who are out and about, the less issues, hopefully, that authorities will have to deal with, honestly. So, really Eric, thanks so much.
Visual of what might wind up on the roadways as we get into the early morning hours. Chief Meteorologist David Chanley here to tell us about the chances of all this stuff freezing on the roadways. David?
Well, pretty high, I would think, in a lot of areas. This scene's going to be repeated where Eric was. You're up there in Union County. I mean, you can just see the glaze there. We're in downtown Blairsville right there, and with very little traffic. There's a lot of slick spots out there. It's going to be that way overnight tonight and into your early Saturday morning. Now, the bulk of the precipitation is gone. Not all of it yet. We still got some spotty areas of some light freezing drizzle and mist, and then we'll get a little snow shower in here trying to roll in from northern Alabama. You can see we don't really have a clearing trend till you get way back out over Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. That'll eventually get here, probably not until late Saturday, and then behind that is some really cold air. Yeah, we're going to go colder than we are right now by the time we get into Sunday morning and into next week. Been looking at some of the snowfall totals across the area. Pretty impressive. Yeah, we had that big band just kind of right along the I-20 corridor early this morning. It was very picturesque, wasn't it? Yeah, as much as 3 and 4 inches. And you got 1 to 3 in and around town, and a little bit more in pockets up across the North Georgia mountains. That's just a good old southern snow right there for us. Now, concern's also been the ice because we're added to this a little bit more, but there's a lot of spots in and around Metro that got officially a 1/4 inch of ice. Pretty substantial, a little higher perhaps up towards Gainesville and Athens and on the south side as well. And that's the problem with that being in trees and power lines and the such of picking up the wind, and you get some of these power outages we've been reporting on. In the meantime, it's just kind of cloudy right now. Still a few patchy areas of light and freezing drizzle. Temperature's been holding in the 30s all day long. Been one of those raw winter days. Readings across metro Atlanta. Well, you got down around freezing. Alpharetta over towards Cartersville, out towards Conyers and Covington. That's what we're going to put up with tonight. There'll be pockets of these freezing temperatures, and there'll be pockets of really icy conditions until we can kind of get it more slushy through the day tomorrow as readings get up above freezing. So as we go hour by hour through the night tonight and into early tomorrow morning, precip's gone. The clouds, as I said, more stubborn Saturday morning, and then Saturday afternoon we start seeing those breaks in the clouds. Notice the temperatures, though. Man, yeah, only in the mid-30s. At least that's above freezing, and some areas may get a little hint of sunshine. That's going to come in here later in the day. Won't last very long. The sun sets before 6 o'clock, and then the temperature will nosedive. The other thing that's going to pick up tomorrow, had a little gust of it today, wind, and now it's by tomorrow morning up out of the northwest, backside of the system. That's going to be 20, 25 mile an hour gusts, perhaps a little higher there in the northeast corner of the state. Should start simmering down Saturday night, and by Sunday morning, whew, it's going to be brutal. Watch this. Watch your temperatures Saturday night into Sunday morning. Got a whole slew of teens out there, not wind chills. teens. And yeah, by the time we get into Sunday afternoon, we'll see a lot of sunshine, but it's not going to warm. We'll try to get near 40 degrees in some spots. And it looks like we got a cold week ahead for sure. So for tomorrow, just a lot of clouds. And with those clouds, that northwest flow, wouldn't be shocked we're squeezing out a snowflake in some spots, but for the most part, we'll be dry and we'll find temperatures right there into the 30s. And it's going to be breezy, obviously, at times. Then, as we get past that, now we're still calling for a storm alert day tomorrow, not for any more additional precipitation, just because the storm's gone through and leaving in its wake the freezing temperatures and the icy conditions in the morning. And then it'll be breezy and then downright frigid Sunday morning. And look what happens in here this week. I mean, we're keeping high and low temperatures down below the average, even for mid-January. So that is colder than average. The good news is it is dry. Now, Joel Feldman is going to be with you here in just a little bit. We're going to continue our coverage through the night. And Alex Forbes has got you covered into Good Day Atlanta. Thanks for joining us through this day.
All right, David, thanks so much. Much more to come for you here on Fox 5. Stay with us. Our storm coverage continues after this break. Well, throughout the day, we've been getting thousands of photos and videos from you at home.
Yeah, one of the most common themes is snowmen. This was the perfect snow,
yes,
not only for snowmen, but for snowballs.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
A lot of snowball fights out there, too. Fox 5's Courtney Bryant here to share some of the highlights from today. Hey, Courtney.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, there was just so much of it out there that people did some really cool, creative things like this snow bear. Not just a snowman, but a snow bear. This was from Adriana from Conyers. So So good. Good stuff, right? Here's another one. Barbara Ishler sent us this picture of a snowman. Love the hat. Love the carrot nose. We got this one from Amanda. Look at this snow lady. I mean, the level of detail on that. I don't know how you even would start to make something like that, guys.
That is we got some talented viewers out there.
We do.
It's like when you walk on the beach and you see the beautiful,
The sandcastles
the
that are
castles
all-
or the people that some people shape. And anyway, good stuff from today, Courtney. Thanks. We'll continue to monitor the conditions throughout the night. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 5 News Edge.
Stay connected to Fox 5 around.
That snow has now moved out and the freezing rain moved in. With that freezing rain, power outages remain a concern tonight. According to Georgia Power, over 77,000 Georgia Power customers are in the dark tonight.
Oh my God.
Those are some scary moments caught on camera in Gilmer County. The sheriff's office posted this video from Ogden Drive and Coosawattee River Resort. Deputies say thankfully no one was hurt, but it's a good reminder of just how dangerous those roads can be. Meteorologist Joanne Feldman, you've been monitoring the situation now. What can we expect in the overnight hours, especially out on the roads?
Right. You know, this is where every degree in temperature makes all the difference in the world. So roads, anything that has managed to become wet over time versus icy can still be in the process of freezing because temperatures have been sort of hovering right near that freezing mark, maybe a degree above, a degree below, depending on your location. And so we've got the entirety of the overnight hours for icy conditions to really prevail going into tomorrow morning. Now, the ice that has managed to accumulate, especially on tree branches, our concern now going forward is not so much additional ice, it's adding in the wind to the factor so that these power outage numbers that we're currently seeing, which naturally here are greatest right around the metro area and greatest in DeKalb, Fulton and Gwinnett counties, may increase, which is an interesting thing to know, that you may have made it through the entirety of this storm not losing power, although several have. And this lighter shade of blue would be where numbers are in the hundreds in particular counties. These numbers, of course, are in the thousands, but winds that increase after sunrise just might make that number go higher. Now, these are the numbers that are important right now for road conditions. With temperatures at 32 or below, you need to assume it's icy even if it looks wet. But we do have a 33, a slightly above freezing temperature in Atlanta, Noonan, 35 LaGrange, 36 right now in Eatonton. And while this radar image would make it look like it's completely dry out there, that's not necessarily the situation. We still have clouds hanging on, and with this system swinging the bulk of the steady precipitation out to our east now, and we're not going to add a lot of additional. I want to show you this view from Blairsville, where underneath those clouds and in those higher elevations, we are still squeezing out some snow. You can see it falling right there. The road conditions not looking favorable in that particular spot at all, but the forecast here around the metro areas, we're holding just a little bit above freezing for the next couple of hours. We drop below it before sunrise and stay there for a bit after sunrise, which is why a winter storm warning is still in effect through 7 a.m. Not so much for what's falling from the sky, but instead the road conditions and the impacts there. Here's a look at what those winds will be doing after the sun comes up. We're going to expect them to be gusting around the order of 25 miles an hour or so. As far as the clearing trend is concerned, it's going to take a while to break through some of the clouds, but we'll do that in some form or fashion during the day. Saturday, you see by noon, most of us are above freezing. We can start that melting process as soon as the sun goes down, though. Saturday night, that's going to refreeze again. We'll be stuck in that cycle for a bit and have to be on alert for black ice for several mornings in a row. But by Sunday, we'll spend a lot more time above freezing. 42 the high that day, setting up for a very quiet week ahead with a long stretch of lows in the 20s and highs in the 40s. Courtney?
But still a lot of cooler temperatures in there, Joanne.
Freezing.
Yeah, it must be January. All right, thanks, Joanne. Well, the spring semester is just getting underway at UGA. In-person classes and activities were canceled today, but that didn't stop people on campus from enjoying this winter weather. You could see students running around in the snow, the campus looking so beautiful, all blanketed in white. You can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app for your phone. Download it now so you can stay up to date even if you lose power. We'll be streaming our live coverage as well as updating the weather closings around the clock. Follow along at fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local.
Breaking into programming with our coverage of the winter storm. Good evening, I'm Tom Haynes. The snow may have moved out, but that doesn't mean the danger is gone. All that freezing rain could continue to cause power outages into the morning. The other concern, the roadways. GDOT says crews have been working around the clock to treat the roads. It says that it spread brine, a salt and water mixture to keep ice from sticking to the roadways. GDOT says its goal today was to remove as much snow off the roadways as possible so that they could get back out onto the roadways tonight to apply another layer of brine to the roads, interstates, and state routes. GDOT saying that the precipitation determines its decision on how to treat roadways. GDOT says it will help if it's not raining, because if the roads get a little bit drier, then that brine will stick better and keep the roads from developing black ice. If you want to take Marta to get around, you're going to be waiting at the bus stop a little bit longer. The transit agency suspended bus service into the morning. Rail service will continue to operate, however, on a weekend schedule. The streetcar will also remain suspended. Well, let's check to see how the rest of this winter storm is going to unfold for us in the wee hours. Meteorologist Joanne Feldman is here. She's been tracking it for us all night long. Joanne?
Yes, Tom, you know, the snow was beautiful Friday morning. The ice, when you see the glaze on some of the tree limbs, that may look beautiful, but that is not a good situation here, especially as I'm expecting winds to increase after the sun comes up. And while the bulk of the precipitation is over for most of North Georgia, probably not surprising that it's a little bit different in some of the higher elevations of the mountains. As long as we're keeping some clouds around this morning, we can have some additional snow showers. That's the view from Blairsville right now, which is only going to add to worsening road conditions in that particular spot. So take a look at the radar image, and you're going to be hard pressed to find much evidence on the radar of that snow, even though it's happening. What we are seeing, though, outside of these little blips on the radar right here across Towns and Rabun counties, another little batch of snow showers or flurries that may graze these northern counties before we get to sunrise Saturday. Temperatures, though, those are what are critical. 32 is the freezing point. Many numbers are at that or below, but even if you're above it, they're headed back down below freezing over the next few hours. Anything that may have turned wet instead of icy during the evening hours is going to just simply refreeze again. Here's what I'm going to be a little concerned about, though, going through the next several hours, is the increase in wind. So that glaze of ice on these tree limbs may make more limbs or more trees come down and actually increase the power outage risk beyond what we've already seen, even though by and large the winter storm has come to an end. This is before sunrise, 5 a.m. The winds have increased to about 20-25 mile per hour wind gusts, might peak closer to 30 for a little while. And then after Saturday afternoon, the winds will start to wind down tomorrow night. Now, is there a benefit to these winds? Short answer is yes. Between temperatures getting above freezing Saturday, getting some limited sunshine Saturday afternoon, and the drying power of the wind, maybe that'll leave a little less moisture behind for some refreezing Saturday night. But we'll expect some of that. So here are the impacts you need to know. There will be icy roads continuing through the overnight hours with temperatures near or below freezing hours past sunrise. Winds increase, down trees and power outages can become a little more common in a few areas, and then that refreezing Saturday night, which might be a cycle we're kind of stuck in for a few days because we've got a lot of cold mornings in our extended forecast. So just a quick look at how Saturday works out. A lot of clouds lingering and pretty stubborn, not only before sunrise, but probably up until about the noon hour. By that point, though, most temperatures are above freezing, only by a few degrees, but that's where we'll hold them into the afternoon before we plummet back down into the 20s overnight. 20s will be something we experience each night and morning in our extended forecast, but also dry weather, and we'll get above freezing each and every day. 40s planned for Sunday. We'll move a little higher into the 40s for Monday and essentially hold steady all the way through the end of the next work week. Tom?
All right, Joanne, thanks. For a lot of kids here in Metro Atlanta, this was their first snow, including this little cute guy. Fox 5 viewer Keitra Music sent us this photo rather. Don't forget, we want to see your photos. Email them to us if you can. You can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app or your smartphone. Download it now so you can keep up with the latest. Even if you lose power, we'll be streaming our live coverage as well as updating weather closings around the clock. Follow it all on fox5atlanta.com.
We are cutting into programming to bring you this winter storm coverage. The snow may have moved out, but that doesn't mean the danger is gone. All the freezing rain could continue to cause power outages into the morning hours. With that freezing rain, power outages remain a concern tonight. According to Georgia Power, more than 79,000 Georgia Power customers are in the dark tonight. That is down from around 90,000 a few hours ago. Let's get a check of how things are shaping up at this hour with meteorologist Joanne Feldman. Joanne, the concern was temperatures getting at or below freezing.
Right, yes, getting at or below freezing. And the next thing that happens and really cranking up in the next couple of hours will be the wind. Why is that problematic? Well, there are ice-covered tree limbs out there. We're already starting to get reports in a few counties of more of those trees and tree limbs coming down, which can increase the power outage numbers that, of course, we're already seeing. So the greatest number right now through Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett counties. We'll see how these numbers fluctuate with time. Temperatures, though, will be absolutely critical here in how things play out. We've got some temperatures above freezing, some below. But one thing I want to caution here is, yes, above freezing temperatures may help the roadways on the short term, but that doesn't mean just high enough above the ground ground level that it isn't below freezing to keep those icy tree limbs being problematic going into early Saturday morning. Now, the radar looks really quiet here. However, we still have a lot of cloud cover left behind. And with that, and this system on the move taking most of the precipitation out with it, we do know in the North Georgia mountains there are some snow showers that are still continuing. And until this cold front has passed by later today, snow showers can continue in those spots. But that cold front right there is what's going to help increase the wind here just over the next few hours. Now, when I zoom in a little bit closer, while we don't see much on the radar here over our North Georgia mountains, we do see some snow showers over northeastern Alabama. So a few of those will work across this northern tier of counties with time. But getting additional accumulations, that's not really going to be a big problem when you factor in what we've already had. The winter storm certainly winding down in that respect. Let's go through this right here. And while temperatures may be above freezing for some of you right now, we still have the rest of the overnight hours to go for those numbers to fall a little bit more. Many will be below freezing near sunrise. Near sunrise, however, it's still mostly cloudy and the winds are gusty out of the northwest. By noon, though, I think most temperatures will be above freezing. We'll try to work in some sunshine. And so between the sunshine, above freezing temperatures and the wind, this is where the wind could help us out. It can dry up some additional moisture off the roadways, and we want to dry up as much as we can before the sun sets Saturday, because watch how quickly the temperatures get back below freezing. 7 p.m. we're back below freezing in Atlanta, and those numbers will plummet Saturday night into Sunday morning. By Sunday morning, the temperatures will be down into the teens. After that, though, every afternoon does get above freezing. Yes, temperatures are below average even for early January for the foreseeable future, but it will be a long stretch of lows in the 20s and highs in the 40s. Christine?
All right, Joanne, thanks so much. You know, the spring semester just getting underway at UGA in Athens. In-person classes and activities were canceled today, but that definitely didn't stop people on campus from having a little fun in the snow. You could see students running around in the snow, and the campus looking very pretty, all blanketed in white. Look at Sanford Stadium and all that snow on the ground. All right, check this out. Skyfox drone capturing a snowy Stone Mountain earlier today. The mountain's usually packed with visitors. Instead, it was a very quiet scene out there. You can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app for your smartphone. Download it now so you can keep up with the latest even when you lose power. We'll be streaming our live coverage as well as updating weather closings around the clock, so follow it all on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local.
Yeah, thanks for staying up with us. Our coverage of the winter storm continues. Now, the snow may have moved out, but that does not mean the danger is gone. Of course, a lot of our concerns is the risk for icy roads and power outages. I checked before we came on air. Around 65,000 people still in the dark at this 2 a.m. hour. We do want to remind you about the conditions on the roads, however. Fox 5's Eric Mock caught this aftermath of an accident outside of Gainesville there. Thankfully, the driver was able to get out of the car okay, but it's just a reminder how difficult and slick the roads can be. Another reminder, this one turning ugly closer to home, Sandy Springs there, the King and Queen building. You see that car spinning out on the highway. Of course, our eyes are on the temperature there. Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Joanne Feldman joins us. Joanne, okay, what can you tell us about the temperatures at this hour?
All right. Okay. So for some, temperatures are a degree or two below freezing. Some are a degree or two above. Every degree is going to make a difference here, but we are at 2 o'clock in the morning. We still have several more hours for the temperatures to get below freezing again, where they may not be at this moment. And while precipitation is largely over across North Georgia, there have been some exceptions. You still see some flurries flying through the air there in this camera in Blairsville. So maybe a couple of those will hang on into the early morning hours. In the case of the metro area, though, this is the temperature trend I'm expecting. Atlanta's currently at 33 degrees above freezing. We'll stay there for a bit, but then we're going to get below freezing all the way through and past sunrise. It may not be until a couple of hours past sunrise before the temperatures get above freezing. But once we can do that, and once we can get some sunshine later Saturday afternoon and work with some wind to dry out the moisture on the roadways, conditions will be improving going forward in time from the perspective of how the roads will be. Power outages, this is a map that's going to fluctuate, I think, quite a bit over the next several hours. I'm expecting the winds to begin to increase after 3 a.m. So even if the roads are fine, the temperatures could still be cold enough just above ground level where there's a lot of ice still on tree limbs, and trees can come down. Tree limbs can come down under the weight of that ice and cause more power outages to be a problem. That is another reason here why we are still under a winter storm warning. It's not so much for any additional precipitation falling from the sky, but this will be until 7 a.m. What we're expecting here, there are going to be some icy roadways, of course, overnight. But if you happen to be in a spot where it's above freezing now, you can't let your guard down because the temperature can drop below freezing in the next several hours quite easily. All right, the increase in winds, that's what I'm watching next. Is going to stay pretty gusty through the day Saturday, but the benefit is it can dry up any additional moisture on the roads, and that's going to be very important Saturday evening because temperatures are going to get back below freezing really early Saturday evening and get well below freezing overnight Saturday night. That's just the storm in motion since early Friday. Started as sleet, quickly changed over to snow. The snow is beautiful, and quite honestly, seeing the ice on tree branches may look beautiful, but that can cause a lot of problems here before it is all gone. Now, this is the current satellite, or excuse me, and radar picture. We're going to watch this right here. A couple of these snow showers might graze these far northern counties in the next several hours, but the temperatures below freezing in the mountains, at freezing from Canton to Gainesville, also down to Covington and Griffin. Going to be a few more degrees above freezing closer to LaGrange and Eatonton. All right, the wind increase here. We're talking about winds gusting on the order of 20 to 25 miles an hour, maybe getting close to 30 at times. That will be an off and on situation through Saturday afternoon and not improving until Saturday evening. Let's map this out right here. I think the clouds are going to be pretty stubborn for a good bit of Saturday, but eventually we'll get brighter skies, and that's noon Saturday when a lot of the temperatures are above freezing. But look at how quickly that changes and reverses course. By 8 o'clock Saturday night, we're dropping into the 20s, and then we will wake up Sunday morning to widespread temperatures only in the teens. The cold air is here to stay, but we will get above freezing every afternoon. By Sunday, we cross over to 40, and each afternoon for the next week will also be in the 40s. Eric?
All right, Joanne, thanks so much. All right, before we go, so many pets around the metro experienced their first snow days as well. This is from our Fox 5 viewer, Jenny Odom, who shared the video of her two dogs just having a blast playing in the snow there in Buckhead. And of course, you can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app on your smartphone. Download it now so you can keep up with the latest, even if you do lose power. We'll be streaming our live coverage as well as any updates of closings around the clock. All right, follow it all on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local. We'll see you around 2:30 for another update.
alert from the Fox 5 Storm Team.
Our coverage of the winter storm continues. Of course, the snow has moved out, but that doesn't mean the danger is gone. All of that freezing rain could continue to cause power outages and also some slick and icy roads. Now, as we know, the weather has led to hundreds of flight delays and cancellations. Take a look at a delayed plane at Hartsfield-Jackson. A viewer says the plane had some sort of emergency. The slides were deployed. Passengers had to leave the cabin. We know at least 4 people were injured, one taken to the hospital. They say they were standing in the snow for at least 15 minutes before a bus came. Again, 3 people had minor injuries, 1 taken to the hospital, still working to learn an exact cause. Now, despite multiple ground stops throughout the day, Fox 5 anchor Russ Spencer was able to make it back safely from Washington, D.C. He captured this bird's eye view of South Atlanta. He was flying and landing there, showing that snow as far as the eye can see. Of course, many of our crews there were in D.C. Their flights were canceled. They were covering the funeral for former President Jimmy Carter, but a lot of them being able to make it back. All right, let's head over to get a check of the forecast. Meteorologist Joanne Feldman. All right, Can we expect some sort of a warm up?
Short answer is yes. It's not going to be a huge one, but you know what? Every degree makes a difference. And so we'll spend some time above freezing going into Saturday, late morning and afternoon. But here's what's happening now. As this low pressure is finally moving on, it's taken most of the precipitation along with it. Of course, we started with sleet. We changed over to snow, changed over to freezing rain. But at this hour, we still have a couple flurries grazing the North Georgia mountains, and a few more may swing through until this cold front passes. Now, when this cold front gets closer to us, next order of business here, and it will begin soon, is increasing the wind. There are some pros and cons to that. Let's start with where we are right now. It's still cloudy, and clouds will be stubborn for a lot of Saturday, but we're above freezing in Atlanta, 34. That's the good news. So the road level temperatures are above freezing. Concern is, though, you can still have temperatures below freezing just above the ground, and so ice can still be coating a lot of tree limbs, which makes them weaker as the winds pick up. We don't have those stronger wind gusts yet, but we do have a 10-mile-per-hour wind, and that makes it feel colder. It feels like 26, but the 26 is not important as to whether we're freezing out there and have icy conditions or not. It's that number right there. 32 and below is what you want to be paying attention to, but it's 2:30 in the morning. We've got some time here to get those temperatures back below freezing before sunrise. Here's a look at the wind increase over the next hour or so. The gusts should pick up around 20 to 25 miles an hour. They'll stay at about that level going straight through Saturday afternoon. While that could create concerns for more downed trees, down tree limbs, or power outages, one benefit of this could be to dry out some of the moisture on the roadways so that there's not a lot left to refreeze Saturday night into Sunday morning, because it's definitely going to get cold enough for refreezing to occur. Here's a look at the current map. It is 29 in Blue Ridge. We've been watching some snow showers on our Blairsville camera. There are a few on the radar showing that will move eastward with time, but with 34 in Atlanta, 35 LaGrange, 34 in Thomaston. Every hour we can keep these numbers above freezing, the better. I just believe by sunrise, most of them will be closer to 30. It's going to take a little time to turn them back around, but there's noon today where most, outside of at least the mountains, will be above freezing. We'll try to mix in some sunshine in a few spots. Just be prepared for the numbers to fall really fast tonight and spend the entirety of the night below freezing before we wake up to much colder, frigid teens for Sunday morning. There's your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast. No precipitation in sight after this. I suppose that's the good news, but we hold on to some really cold mornings late into next week, but each afternoon will get above freezing and into the 40s. Eric?
All right, Joanne, thanks so much. And here's a reminder tonight about staying safe on the roads from baby Audrey. This photo was taken in Woodstock. She reported slushy conditions out there, so be careful on the roads and stay home if you can. Unlike baby Audrey, make sure you're looking ahead when you are in the car, but how cute is she? And of course, you can follow our winter coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app and from your smartphone. Download it now. You can keep up to date. Even if you do lose power, we'll stream our live coverage as well as updates throughout the day. Follow it on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local. We're back around 3 o'clock with another update for you.
Kurt from the Fox 5 Storm Team.
Our coverage of the winter storm continues at 3 a.m. The snow may have moved out, but of course we're still keeping our eye out on dangers on the roadways and of course power. All freezing rain could continue to cause those increasing of outages. We do want to get you up to date. The latest information from Georgia Power shows about 85,000 people in the dark at this hour.
Oh my God.
Yeah, some scary moments there caught on camera in Gilmer County. The sheriff's office posting this video from Ogden Drive in on the resort there. Deputies say thankfully no one was hurt, but it is a good reminder just how dangerous those roads can be. Of course, our Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Joanne Feldman is also tracking a lot of the risks there. Good morning, Joanne.
Good morning to you. And so we're tracking what's going to happen forward in time because there's not a lot additional falling from the sky, with the exception of maybe a few flurries that will continue to graze these far northern counties in the higher elevations. You see a little bit of additional light snow there across northeastern Alabama in advance of one more cold front that comes through today. That's going to help kick up the wind. And the wind, well, it helps in some respects. It does not help in others. Let me show you what I'm expecting here is that we've got some temperatures above freezing right now. So maybe there has been some melting from what fell earlier during the day Friday and into Friday evening, but we still have some time between now and sunrise for instance, this 34, this above freezing temperature in Atlanta to get back below freezing, which allows whatever is out there that is currently not icy to become icy again. This is where the wind might help. It can help to dry up some of the moisture on the roadways so that there is less to refreeze, and that's also going to be especially helpful Saturday night into Sunday morning. Now, the flip side to this, though, is we've got some ice-covered tree branches. You factor that in with wind, that is not a good combination. That's why the power outage map, we might start adding to those numbers as the winds eventually get stronger. But what I want to point out here is you don't see anything measurable happening on the radar here. It's really difficult to detect some of those flurries or light snow showers in those higher elevations, but they are happening in and around Blairsville, where it is below freezing currently at 30 degrees. But the flip side is it's 36 in Eatonton. Okay, so very shortly here over the next few hours, the wind should get stronger. Most of the wind speeds are below 10 miles per hour, but what you see outlined in blue right here is an indication that those winds will be increasing with time here and on the order of gusts of maybe 20-25 miles an hour. Let me show you that view from Blairsville, where the snow is certainly tapered off, but you still see some snowflakes flying through the sky there. And the breakdown in the metro Atlanta forecast, we will get back below freezing near sunrise, spend a few hours near and below freezing, but by noon we should be back above freezing. At least on the short term, we're still under a winter weather advisory through 7 a.m. really from the impacts of any icy roadways that are left over and monitoring the risk of additional power outages. Just to look at this wind map, these would be the wind gusts, not the sustained winds, but pretty consistently here through the morning and afternoon. 20 to 25 mile per hour gusts will be in place. Those winds will die down a little bit later tonight. So just kind of mapping out how the skies will look and how the temperatures will trend. We're not well below freezing for what it's worth. That's why I have some hope that we'll all get above freezing going into Saturday afternoon. It's really a matter of how much sunshine can we break through here, these clouds, to get some more melting occurring. And during the afternoon, most of us will have some brighter skies for a bit. That's how we'll wrap up our Saturday, but brace for more refreezing tomorrow night because Sunday morning will be the coldest in our forecast. These are the temperatures, not wind chill values. The temperatures alone will be falling somewhere between about 15 and 20 degrees for early Sunday, but there's a turnaround that day. We'll get up to 40 that afternoon. I am expecting dry weather Monday through Friday of next week. We still have below average temperatures though, which will mean highs in the 40s, but lows each morning way down into the 20s. Eric?
All right, Joanne, thanks so much. How about this? Skyfox drone captured a snowy stone mountain earlier today. How beautiful is that? The mountain is usually packed with visitors, but instead just a quiet and picturesque scene there. And of course, you can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app for your smartphone. Download it now. You can stay up to date even if you lose power. Of course, we'll stream our live coverage as well as any update and weather closings around the clock. You can also follow it all. Fox5Atlanta.com. We'll see you in about a half hour for another update. Our coverage of the winter storm continues this morning. The snow, of course, moving out, but there's still some danger in our area as the freezing rain could continue to cause power outages into the morning. Of course, the other concern, the roads as well. GDOT says crews have been working around the clock to treat roads. It says it has spread brine and salt and water mixture to keep ice from sticking. GDOT also says the goal was to remove enough snow off of the roadways. They say this could get back out, and they want to get back out on the roads to make sure that they add another layer of brine overnight. Well, if you want to take Marta to get around, of course, you'll be waiting at the bus stop for a long time. The transit agency suspended bus service into the morning. Rail service will continue to operate on a weekend schedule. The streetcar will also remain suspended. Of course, all of this is keeping you safe, keeping their drivers safe. Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Joanne Feldman joins us with some sort of a warm up a little bit.
Right. Yeah, just be patient, right? But we will get above freezing today. Actually, at this hour, several spots are just slightly above freezing, but we've got a few hours to go before the sun comes up, which means the temperatures can still fall back below freezing for a period of time. Got a couple things that we're still concerned about here, what road conditions will be like through the morning and the possibility of additional power outages. This map is showing the number of customers that are currently without power. The greatest number is going to be around Fulton, Clayton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett counties. These numbers will fluctuate with time, but the concern is they may increase as the winds are increasing. And I do want to mention that even if air temperatures are above freezing at the ground level, even if it's just right at freezing a little bit above the ground, that can keep some trees ice covered, and ice covered limbs and strong winds are not a great combination there. So that's what we're watching next. We're kind of waiting on this front to swing by today, out ahead of which we've got some snow showers or flurries over northeastern Alabama that will continue to graze far north Georgia. Not a lot of additional accumulation. Fact of the matter is precipitation for the vast majority of North Georgia ended a while ago, but right on cue here, we've got the wind increasing. We were expecting the winds to get gustier after 3 a.m. and right before we came on the air here a moment ago, the gust was actually at 24 miles an hour. So that will kind of come and go. Sustained wind, though, at 12 miles an hour. And while the temperature is above freezing at 34 now, let's watch what happens going through the next several hours. Near sunrise, a lot of these numbers are at or below 32. You see some flurries still possible over North Georgia while clouds linger for the first half of the day. Second half of the day, now I'm not guaranteeing a lot of sunshine for everyone, but we will break through the clouds. And even in areas that still hold on to clouds, there's a good bet that you'll spend the afternoon at least enough above freezing to continue the melting. We want to melt through this quickly and have the wind dry up that moisture off the roadways for this reason right here. Just how quickly this evening the numbers not only get below freezing, but get so far below freezing tomorrow, or Sunday morning, that is tomorrow morning, is downright frigid. A lot of these temperatures will be somewhere between 15 and 20 degrees by then. Despite that, decent turnaround for Sunday afternoon. At least we get up to 40 degrees with a long stretch of 40s in our forecast. And while this is still colder than average based on early January average temperatures, we will have sunshine and some dry days starting today, of course, and going through Friday. Eric?
All right, Joanne. Well, our viewers have sent us thousands of photos and videos. Here's one from Candy Buchanan using a snow blower on her porch there. She says she bought it 6 years ago. And of course, this was the time she got to use it for the first time. How inventive. All right, you can follow our winter storm coverage anytime, anywhere on the Fox Local app and your smartphone. Download it now. You can keep up to date with the latest, though, even if you lose power there. Of course, we'll stream our live coverage and we'll have updates on closings and weather around the clock. Also, follow us on fox5atlanta.com and Fox Local. We'll see you shortly. Of course, we've been staying on top of that winter storm coverage. The snow might have moved away, but that doesn't mean the danger is gone. Of course, we're taking a look at the freezing rain, many power outages as well. A reminder tonight about the conditions on the roadways. Our Fox 5's Eric Mock caught the aftermath of this accident. This was just outside of Gainesville. Thankfully, the driver was able to make it out of that car okay. But again, that was during the daytime, so you can only imagine as the temperatures fell. Closer here to home in Sandy Springs, another reminder, there are cars spinning out on the highway. Take a look at your left screen. You can see it right there. No word on the condition of those inside, but I'm pretty sure they are thankful that it wasn't worse there. All right, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Joanne Feldman has been monitoring the forecast there, and of course those slick roads have always been top of mind for us tonight.
Absolutely, and that's why temperatures have been absolutely critical. Good news is not everyone is below freezing right now. I'll get to that in a moment, but here's what we're watching on the big picture. As this low pressure is on the move, it has taken the bulk of the freezing rain, the snow, the sleet away with it, with an exception here that we've been watching some snow showers on our camera from Blairsville, and there may be a few more that drift in from Tennessee and northeastern Alabama over the next few hours. With that front passing by, once we're behind that, we'll do a better job of kind of clearing out the skies over the course of Saturday. So there will be some sunshine in your Saturday afternoon forecast in some areas. That's the camera I'd been watching in Blairsville. Looks like those snow showers and flurries have finally tapered off. Road conditions are going to be icy, especially in that area. But let's break down the expectation here for the metro area forecast. forecast. While we are at 34 now, and models are indicating that we're colder than that, so you got to take these numbers with a grain of salt. But the message here is we can fall a couple of degrees from our current 34. That may place us below freezing for a little bit near and after sunrise, then later into the afternoon, brighter skies and above freezing temperatures. The wind is going to be a part of this. On the one hand, wind can be helpful to dry out the moisture on the roadways. We're going to want to do that, especially before we get into Saturday night and Sunday when the numbers fall even more quickly. But on the other part of this, if there are some ice-covered tree limbs or trees out there, adding wind into the mix is not going to be helpful. So we're going to be monitoring, do we get more trees down? Do we get some more power outage reports over the next few hours? Those are the current temperatures. 30 in Blairsville, 36, however, in Eatonton and Thomaston, and you'll have a variety of slightly above and slightly below freezing temperatures in and around metro Atlanta, at least for this moment. There's a look at the current winds, not strong for everyone, but they're starting to